doing well. Thank you so much for joining another episode of, or another live stream, Square and Compass Promotions. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. A couple of different and really cool things to talk about today. First, it is International Moon Day. So, meant to commemorate the anniversary of human beings first setting foot on the moon. I'm sure the conspiracy theorists are going to have a field day with this day, and the moon is fake and all that nonsense. However, it is the official position of Square and Compass Promotions that the moon is very much real. And on top of that, human beings did in fact land on it on this date in 1969. And there's some cool Masonic connections there, which I will talk about, though I'm sure that does nothing to help the conspiracy theorists. So we're going to talk about that. I also want to give you guys my schedule of what I have coming up in the following week, because there's going to be a slight change in schedule regarding the usual streaming I do. Going to be coming at you from a couple different places, going to be coming at you from a couple different locations. It's going to be really fun. I can't wait for it. So we're going to be doing that. However, first, I just want to see if something's going to work. Sweet. Wade, welcome. Thank you for being here. I mean, the World Cup was a Freemason ritual. I think you meant ritual. It was not. I didn't watch the World Cup after Canada got knocked out. I was very sad that Canada got knocked out, but obviously, from what I understand, they actually played very well to their credit, and I wish, nothing but respect to them and for the work that they did. So maybe 4 years from now, the World Cup's every 4 years, right? Maybe 4 years from now, we'll see them make it even further. Wade, how's it going? Thank you for being here. I mean, autocorrect, Wade, it's a pain in the butt, believe me, for everybody. But it sometimes saves me as well, so I guess I can't knock it too much. How's it going? Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. If you're new, any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. As people know, the first hour or so, I just hang out and chat about whatever. The second hour, I have specific talking points. First, it's going to be International Moon Day, celebrating July 20th, 1969, and the first time human beings ever set foot on the moon. I then want to talk a little bit about what I have coming up in the following week, where I'll be streaming from, the new schedule, and UNESCO World Heritage, which is a cool little piece of information I want to share. UNESCO World Heritage Convention and the World Heritage List in particular. And then I want to talk about The Odyssey by Christopher Nolan, or more specifically, the relationship between the Odyssey and the idea of the bicameral mind. Something I wrote about, something I posted about, and something which does apply to Freemasonry. So there's lots of things to discuss today, and it's going to be really fun. But for the time being, we're just going to wait, and we're going to see who joins. Well, thank you, Ronnie, for loving my personality. The Shank universe, I'm very sorry you hate my personality, but that's okay. Once again, the Shank universe, Freemasonry is not a religion. So just keep that in mind. Though I suppose if you believe it to be a religion, then what can I say? I probably won't be able to convince you otherwise. But it's not. 'Tis not a religion. We are going to hang out. We're going to wait to see who joins. As always, the first 60 minutes, I don't have any specific talking points. I just hang out and chat about kind of anything people want to talk about. Look up, what was? Terrifier? I'll take it. I appreciate it. He's one of the greats. Truly a legend in WWE. Thank you for being here. Terrifier, please like and subscribe. And as always, any thoughts you guys have on Freemasonry, please let me know. The World Cup thing. How was the World Cup thing a Masonic ritual? Hello, AJ Robinson. How's it going? Thank you for being here. Chauffeur, I mean, I appreciate the compliment. Please hit like and subscribe. What do I think of Turkey? I mean, I never been there, sadly. I'd love to visit. I'm sure it's an incredible country. A lot of really cool Masonic history as well. Well, so be it. Michael Mattress, please hit like and please hit subscribe. Alrighty. Gonna put this guy, gonna hide this guy. Matt Steiner, hippo. I don't think I'm a hippopotamus. I think I'm a human being. It's a new cool look. I'm the cool guy. What can I say? I got a big nose. Please hit like and subscribe. You know, I've grown to accept it. As always, the first 60 minutes, no specific talking points, no specific discussion, no topics. I just hang out, chat about whatever people want to talk about. Once we get 60 minutes in, though, that's when I have specific discussion points. It is International Moon Day. I want to talk about that, celebrating the anniversary of human beings landing on the moon. I want to talk about what we have coming up next week, which is going to be really fun to discuss. I want to talk about the bicameral mind as well. Um, because it relates to both Freemasonry and Homer's The Odyssey, and it's something I wrote about on Medium or in Medium. By the way, you're going to see in this description to this live stream, I've included links to my Patreon and my other sites, so please check that out. Um, all right, Matt. Yes, I know I've got a big nose. I've grown to accept it. What can I say? What I can say is please hit like and subscribe. I hope you're all doing well. And let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear it. Well, it's about what's on the inside that counts. One thing you learn about in Freemasonry is ultimately what matters most. What is the most important thing is how you treat others. Actually, speaking of, I'm just looking at my computer now. I feel like my phone has like a weird filter on it. It's not properly um, focusing. Hold on just one sec. Let me see if I'm right about this. All right, I'm going to try something here. Give me 1 second, people. I'm going to disappear for a second, but then I'll be right back. Yeah, that looks like a lot better to me. I got to remember to wipe my phone off or my phone camera off. What do I think a 110-year-old 33rd degree sword would be worth Scottish, right? I don't know. I mean, the the sentimental value, it's going to depend very much on the different lodges and what they think, what they're willing to pay for it. It depends on the materials being used. I suppose it'd be worth a fair bit to a collector, but I have no clue. The best thing to do is get it appraised. And that should be true for any Masonic lodge who has any of these types of items. Get your items appraised as soon as you can. It's really important for insurance purposes, also in case they ever get stolen. Well, thank you, as please hit like and subscribe. I hope you're doing well. Maverick, that's great. I hope that you have a great time with your membership. I mean, keep in mind it's a process, so it takes a little while. No, that's not how it works, Maverick. If you want to become a member, what you need to do is approach a Masonic lodge in your area and express your interest in joining. That's how it works. How do I interact with others? Do you time out or block views when they make you angry? I mean, it depends on the circumstances. If they're, usually I start with the timeout. Usually I give them a couple chances to be decent. That's true. I should be more specific. I start 1 p.m. on Mondays and then go till 1 p.m. on Fridays. Um, I don't do a 1 a.m. stream on Monday, but that is a good point. Mayo and Oreos. Well, then you're not going to join Freemasonry, Maverick, because I can't send you a contract to join Freemasonry. That's not how it works. If you want to join Freemasonry, what you need to do is approach a Masonic Lodge in your area and express your interest in joining. And by the way, there are no contracts to join Freemasonry. There is no membership to join, sorry, there is membership, um, but there is no contract. Mayo and Oreos. For some reason, my Patreon was being funky. Did you sign up for Patreon? Are you the one I was trying to get the address for? That's right, your local Spurs. Welcome. Mr. Pallet, it all depends. It all depends on the um, lodge. Some lodges will. Oh, well, you got to sign up, Mayo and Oreos. By the way, somebody signed up for Patreon, and then for some reason, I can't get their information. I can't even get like who it was. They're a paid member. If it was you and you're on here, shoot me off an email, info@squareandcompass.ca. I just sent out a batch or another coin today, but I need to send out a few more. Um, how come you're not reading my chat? Who's the fella? I don't read every chat. May, if you want a coin, you got to sign up for Patreon. Patreon.com/squareandcompass. You can just sign up at the $15 mark and you'll get yourself a coin. Your local Spurs. My great uncle was a 32nd degree Mason, Knights Templar, Scottish Rite. Well, he was both then, right? He could have been York and Scottish Rite, I suppose. Um, why has someone surged to the front? Surge to the front of what? IRAP21, and welcome. Thank you for being here, as always. All right. You guys need to calm down a bit. I don't see every chat. If you're going to have this weird of a relationship with somebody on streams, you shouldn't be on streams. Because that's not how it works, right? Some chats I get to, some chats I don't. You should be concerned about the people in your life, not the people on social media. And with that, keep in mind, today is beautiful International Moon Day, celebrating the anniversary of the moon landing from 1969. So it's what? How many years has that been? 79, 89, 99, 2009, 2019. That's 56 years. IRAP, be well. Again, who is this person who surged to the front? But I hope you are well also. And the first 60 minutes, we're just hanging out, waiting to see who jumps on the chat, who wants to say hello. Then we're going to talk about, amongst other things, International Moon Day 2026. We're also going to talk about UNESCO World Heritage Day and an event I'm taking part in related to World Heritage Day and the World Heritage Convention. And then we're going to talk about the bicameral mind, which actually does apply to Freemasonry. If anybody ever watched Westworld, you might know what that refers to. But if you haven't, you'll learn soon enough. If social media experience, no, it's going to be bad. You got to join the Patreon. If social media experience is different from real experience, are we playing multi-role here with different interaction? I don't know what that means precisely. I mean, the interactions between social media and real life I mean, it is something that's starting to concern me a little bit, just being here on social media. Like, I remember this would have been a couple months ago, maybe actually 1 month ago. Somebody came on the stream, never been on the stream before, never, first time on stream. And he was being kind of just weird and strange. And so I put him in a timeout briefly. Um, and then he came back on and he goes, "Why'd you put me in timeout?" I said, "You're being kind of weird. I didn't like it. So I wanted to give you a chance to calm down." And then he says, "Don't ever put me in timeout again," which right away I found a weird thing and a weird way to talk to somebody when it's my stream. So I said, I'll put anybody in timeout whom I so choose. And then he said, "You broke my heart." And either A, he's just trolling and he doesn't mean any of it, in which case, why would you waste your time trolling somebody in that way and being that weird? But if he did mean it, the fact that a random YouTube streamer who he's never talked to before could break his heart by putting him in a timeout for, I think it was 5 minutes, I think that shows a real sickness in society and also a real need for Freemasonry, a real need for actual relationships and for civic engagement and actual face-to-face friendships and face-to-face relationships. If you are of such limited emotional stability that a streamer can put you in a timeout and that breaks your heart, I think you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself what's happening with your emotional stability. I'm grateful for everybody who's part of my stream. I'm grateful for every subscriber. I'm grateful for every Patreon member, but not so much that anybody here could break my heart. That's not how it works. It's not how it would work with anybody, even with celebrities. Like, there are celebrities I absolutely love, right? Like, Lisa Wilcox is one of my favorite actresses of all time. Leonard Skinner is my favorite band. I love Elton John. I love all these guys very much. None of them could ever break my heart. I don't have that type of relationship with celebrity. I appreciate them for their work and appreciate them for what they do. I don't have some type of weird emotional codependent relationship with them. And I think the fact that so many people seem to be developing these types of relationships with people on stream and celebrity and not with the people next door to them, I think that shows we need Freemasonry once again. Not just Freemasonry, we need civic institutions and civic engagement once again, because what it tells me is people are having a hard time forming relationships outside of the online space or the parasocial space. It also gives a lot of strength to people who, in my opinion, are doing very bad things for the world, like Candace Owens. The Odyssey is trash. Oh my gosh. Well, I haven't seen The Odyssey, so I can't speak whether it was good or not good. What I can say, however, is the theory of the bicameral mind, which started with Julian Jane in, I forget the year, but I'm going to talk about it soon. He got the idea for the bicameral mind theory from both the Odyssey and the Iliad, which we're going to talk about, but then we're going to talk about how it applies to Freemasonry. Maybe you're too emotional. Well, maybe, but it's still my channel. It's going to be bad, right? And if I'm the case that I'm too emotional and can't handle people disagreeing, why does that break that person's heart? Sorry, Rusty Nails, no Knights of Columbus. Well, it's interesting because I want to see it. So, Mayo and Oreos, maybe when I watch it, I'll give you my opinion and my thoughts on it. I can't say. I mean, it looked okay to me, at least from the trailer side of things. Certainly, if nothing else, I admire the technical aspects of the filmmaking process. I mean, look at me. I just started this thing, and I could barely, start it off in focus. So I think if nothing else, I'll probably be impressed and admire the technical aspects of the development of the movie, right? Even just filming on a boat, filming on a ship. How do you do that practically? And not even on the actual ocean, to my understanding, not on a tank, not on a green screen or a blue screen, but actually on the ocean. I think that looks really cool and it's something I want to check out. It wasn't this morning, Kurz, when I started. It was very unfocused. There was dirt on the on the camera that I had to wipe off. I do like John Barenthal a lot, or John Bernthal, Mayo and Oreos. He was great in The Bear, one of my favorite TV shows. Don't you value viewers if it is your channel? I value viewers in the same way if I was a celebrity, I'd value, um, if in the same way if I was a celebrity, I'd value my fans. But once fans start to have such a relationship with me that it's possible for me to break their heart without me ever having met them, or to anything to that extent, then I don't value them at that point. Because at that point, it's not healthy for me and it's not healthy for them. Um, it's kind of like I've always tell people, I'm grateful if you support this channel by doing a super chat, by becoming a Patreon, by whatever it is, but I don't value you so much that I want you to go into financial debt or financial hardship to support the channel. In the same way, if anybody is forming such an emotional attachment to the idea of a streamer that, again, it breaks their heart to be timed out, you should not be on stream. You should be out touching grass, as the kids say. Um, it's going to be bad. I mean, I can ban people for whatever reason I so choose because it is my channel. And the idea of, comparing it to racial discrimination, the difference is in that case, there's one specific reason why they're doing it. I can't know what people's races are. I don't really care what your race is. I can't know anything about you except what you write on the stream, except what you say. It would be equivalent to going into somebody's restaurant. The more apt comparison would be you go into somebody's restaurant and you start using racial, derogatory terms and just being a jerk. And then the owner goes to ban you and the person said, you can't ban me, freedom of speech. It's not how it works. Thank you for the star, whatever you say. 28 runs is cricket. By the way, Dad, let me know when you get the gifts I sent you. They should be getting there tomorrow. I need to mow my yard. It grows fast, especially in summer. Mayu, you might be right. I don't think it ever die completely. I mean, it'll probably always exist, and it's growing right now in like the Philippines, South America. But in North America, unless we start to make some serious changes and some serious modifications and really start to look in the mirror, things are going to be really challenging. I believe in free speech is going to be bad. I don't believe in freedom of platforming. So an example of this would be back in the day, I forget when this was, but a magazine published an article regarding immigration and demographic changes. A lot of people didn't like the article, and they actually sued the magazine, not because they wanted them to get rid of the article, but because they wrote a counter article and they wanted to force the magazine to publish it. And the magazine said, you can't force us to publish something. It's our magazine and we can choose what we will or will not publish within the magazine's pages. This is no difference. This is my publication. This is my stream. If you want to say whatever you want to say, create your own stream, say what you want to say, and then ban me from it if you don't like me. Right? You don't have the right to someone else's time, and you don't have the right to someone else's space. And if you think you do, that shows you've probably grown up in a very, I would suggest, you've had a very entitled life where you feel that everybody is entitled to hear your opinion, whether they want to or not, which is baloney. It's bullshit. And that again is something Freemasonry can help people remember. Like one of the things within Freemasonry that I love is if you're in the lodge, you absolutely have the right to speak and you have the right to say your opinion so long as you're a member of that lodge. But you don't have a right to talk over others. And if the worshipful master decides that there's no more time for discussion, there needs to be a vote, then he bangs the gavel and there's a vote. And the results are the results. But I would not force anybody to hear what I'm saying if they didn't want to, nor do I, expect people to expect freedom to publish whatever they want on here. Well, then leave the channel. It's going to be bad. You don't have a right over this channel, and you know you don't. And that tells me you're a very entitled person. Bartholomew, I did hear about that letter. It's a scam. It's fake. It's a forgery. He did not write that letter. I forget who actually wrote it, but it's not a legitimate letter. It's a scam. Um, Whatever you say puts it very well. I don't think you should be criminally charged for giving free speech, but I reserve the right to kick you out if you're being a jerk, which is absolutely the case. Nobody should be criminally charged or punished by the government for jumping on here and saying whatever they want, but I don't have to keep them here. Um, do you think the Chinese are harvesting our genetic data? I do not believe the Chinese are harvesting our genetic data via Timu returns. Um, well, then it dies, right? It's my responsibility to produce content that brings viewers in who want to watch it, and I need to find a balance between how I produce that content. And honestly, sometimes getting rid of one person and banning one person actually brings in more people. Because if you got some, entitled asshole on the channel who keeps on sprouting nonsense, and I just let them continue to sprout nonsense, that very often results in fewer and fewer people wanting to be part of the channel because they don't like what they see in the chat. So they go somewhere else. So that's part of the balance. But again, that's no different than saying without fans, the movie star wouldn't exist. So therefore, the movie star has to listen to whatever you say. It's not true. Hello, Alan Grattan. Thank you for being here. You're gone in the head. I recognize this type of person. Um, the Canadian Legion is 100 years old. New members this year are free. That's awesome, Dad. Thank you for sharing that. If you're looking at joining the Legion, new members for this year are free. I was not aware of it. I recognize, it's going to be bad. He's basically the type of guy who thinks he's entitled to, there's a lot of people like that on YouTube. He's not swearing, he's not cursing, he's not, using any racially slurs or anything like that. So, I'm not going to ban him, or I'm not going to put him in timeout or anything like that. But I do recognize the type. There's a certain type on YouTube. I don't know why YouTube, I think, encourages this. But there's this weird attitude on YouTube of or not even on YouTube, on social media in general, of I have the right to anybody's platform. I have the right to kind of whatever I say is allowable on any platform in any space. I mean, you even saw this with Facebook back in the day, right? Where when I first started out on Facebook, I didn't really know what a troll was. I'd post something, somebody would say something dumb underneath it. I would, erase the comment or delete the comment, and then they'd send me a message saying why did you delete my comment? Freedom of speech. And it's freedom of speech does not give you the right to publish whatever you want on my Facebook page or, on this YouTube channel. But there is some weird thing about, I think, social media in general, which brings out amongst some people this idea of I'm entitled to the space. I'm entitled to the whatever it is, which is just not true. You hear about the clowns that beat up Canadian firefighters. I did not. But that does suck. I mean, if you beat up anybody, you should go to jail. I would say if you beat up Canadian firefighters, especially if they're in the midst of, anytime I suppose, but especially if they're in the midst of doing their job and trying to put out a fire, I would suggest that might be worth giving them even greater penalties than otherwise, the people doing it, because, that's putting everybody at risk, right? Because now it's harder to put out fires. So that does suck very much. YouTube has well over 300 million active users. Yo Maple, and that's a very good thing to keep in mind as well. This idea that every viewer matters There's 300 million active users, and it's my responsibility to get to as many of them as I can, right? And slowly but surely, the channel is growing, and we're getting more of them. Right now, we've got 11 people on stream, but we've had some streams where we've had over 3,000 viewers over the course of it. You just do your best, and you make your judgments. I mean, viewers do have a certain right. I mean, that's crazy. It's going to be bad. Obviously, you have the right to watch, and you have the ability to post in the chat. You don't have the right to post without me taking it down. That would be like no different than saying, because I read the newspaper, I have the right to publish what I want in the newspaper because the newspaper didn't have me reading it, it'd go out of business. Or because I watch a TV show, I have the right to write for the TV show. Like, no, that's not how it works. In the UK, they're arresting people for social media posts. Hello from Syria. Whatever you say brings up a good point. Mayo and Oreos. I mean, so Bear, I don't know if Bear's trying to stir the pot with that one. I mean, Bear is correct to my knowledge. I know very little about it. They are currently arresting some people for social media posts. I don't know the details, so it's tough for me to go into. I mean, look, I'm not even one of those people who's such a free speech absolutist that I'm always opposed to that. It just depends on what precisely they're posting. I mean, if they're posting, for example, threats against somebody else, then I think that's worthy of arrest because threatening physical violence is one thing. I would need to look into it a little bit more, but I can understand why it would be a slippery slope. I mean, I know they just got a new Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. You know, I will say, yes, I got a big head. I will say, for me personally, being in the United Kingdom, well, I'm threatening to ban you because you're annoying, not because of your opinion per se. UK is becoming a police state. I mean, all I can say, David, is I was in the United Kingdom in November. I loved it. I was not there for as long as I would have liked to have been. I'd want to get there more. I'm actually working on getting my UK citizenship, but the problem is, I need to get a couple of sponsors. It's proving to be a challenge, more so than I'd like it to be, getting my UK citizenship, because you need a couple of sponsors. They can't be families. The live stream is now the Federal Republic of Germany. Now the property, well, welcome Germany. What is the Federal Republic of Germany? I don't even know what that is. Is it literally just Germany? So I guess it's just Germany. I did not know it was called the Federal Republic. All right. He needs a beer for 7, sure. David has already started. Started what precisely? Let's not be taken over anything. Hello, Virathius Pike? Virathis Storm Pike? Hello. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I know the United Kingdom has the right to elect a prime minister last 7 years. I mean, I can't speak on the political situation in Germany. In England. What I can say is I loved my visit to the Grand Lodge of England. I had an absolutely incredible time. I hope to get a chance to visit once again soon. I also want to get my UK citizenship. It's just proving a pain in the butt. I mean, fair enough. It's going to be bad. I mean, like I said, it's going to be bad. He's not saying anything, he's not making any threats, and he's not saying anything racially, like he's not using any racial slurs or swearing. He's not even calling me ugly, which many people do on this stream, and usually those people I let stay on as well. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be bad. I just think he has a very particular view of social media, which I don't think is the healthiest. But he's not saying anything illegal, immoral, or He's not saying anything that would get him banned or would get him, sometimes I do have this rule kind of where, if somebody says like Freemasonry is a cult, and I say it's not a cult, here's why, and then they say again, Freemasonry is a cult, and I say again why it's not. Sometimes by the third time, I'll put them in a timeout just because it gets annoying for the audience to hear me repeating the same thing over and over again. And it gets annoying for the chat to see the same comments in the chat over and over again. So sometimes if I have to explain things multiple times, I may put people in a timeout just so I can keep the conversation moving. But I don't think it's gone is in that state yet. So we'll leave him be. 33rd rank. No, it's not. Otaku Lifter. Welcome. Thank you for being here, but you're wrong. There is no worshiping in Freemasonry of Satan or of anything else. Freemasonry is not a religion. What I will say, Otaku, is even if what you said is true, which it's not, what difference would it actually make, right? The 33rds have no financial power over Freemasonry. They have no political power over Freemasonry. They have no influence over what happens in a craft lodge. They have no legislative power over Freemasonry. When people get obsessed with the 33rd degree, one thing it tells me is that they don't understand the structure of Freemasonry. They don't understand, the extent to which Freemasonry, like how Freemasonry operates, who's in charge, how the finances work, how the jurisdictions work, the fact that it is jurisdictional. 33rd degree is not some special powerful degree that controls things. The highest degree in Freemasonry is the 3rd degree. I mean, you can believe that it's going to be bad. You're wrong. But I always say, if it was illegal to be wrong on the internet, no one would be on the internet. So, I mean, if you want to tell me why you think Freemasonry or why you believe Freemasonry is demonic, I can maybe, disabuse you of that idea. See, I don't have a very good sense of smell. So one smell I do really like, though, is really strong coffee. Aren't high-ranking Masons connected to the elites? Otaku. So Regina, we don't worship Moloch. Freemasonry is not a religion. Otaku, I don't really understand what that means. So highest ranking Freemasons are your 3rd degree Master Masons or your most worshipful Grand Masters. They are jurisdictional. And, I know most worshipfuls who are farmers scraping by. They're not part of the elites. I mean, I think this idea of the elites, first of all, I hate the term elites because it doesn't mean anything, right? It can mean how do you define an elite? Someone with a lot of money. Freemasons, some of them are rich, many of them are poor, most of them are middle class. Does that mean political influence? Most Freemasons have no political influence and are not politicians at all. Does it mean media influence? I don't know any Freemasons who are involved in the media, with the exception of Shaquille O'Neal and Brad Paisley, if you count music. Elites is too vague of a term, right? That's the problem. For those in the chat, if you're Catholics, if you're Catholic or Orthodox, I can't speak for your religion and, let's say, the Vatican. I can speak for Freemasonry and tell you we within Freemasonry do not ban you. I know many Catholic Freemasons. I've even known some Orthodox Freemasons. As Yo Maple says, right, to be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being. Many Freemasons, are of a particular religious faith. They're Christian, they're Muslim, they're Jewish, they're Hindu, they're Sikh, whatever they might be. Many Freemasons are of different religious faiths and beliefs. Catholics excommunicated. I mean, to my understanding, Bartholomew, as of right now, no worries, Mayo. I mean, you're here when you can be here, and when you can't be here, you can't be here. Zero worries. Not a cult channel, because Freemasonry is not a cult. I have never farted in a jar. That's true. I bet you the West. I mean, David, I don't buy that at all. I mean, I think I'm always been a come one, come all view. I'm lucky enough and blessed enough to be born in Canada. It seems to me incredibly selfish of me to not want others to have those same opportunities. Um, no, it's going to be bad. You're not going to get to be a mod. If you've been on this stream before, you know that mods, this request to make me a mod drives me crazy. But no being a mod. I don't know. I love Canada, and it doesn't seem that different to me from 20 years ago. I mean, I was born in 83. I'm 42 years old. I can't speak for, like, I vaguely remember the 80s and the 90s. Doesn't seem that different to me right now. Um, so if you believe Jesus is God, they'll let you in. Yes, if you believe Jesus is God, they will let you in. I would say the majority of Freemasons I've met in my life are Christians. Not all, obviously, they're Muslim and Jewish, but yeah, I met, that would be a supreme being. So if you believe Jesus is God, you can absolutely be a Freemason. Um, David, I don't even know what that means. There's way too many Indians in Canada. No, I mean, I don't know too many in what sense. What does that even mean? That's kind of like when people say, well, then you're definitely not getting mod. It's going to be bad. That's kind of like when people say there's just too many people on Earth. Like, I don't know what that means. There's no rule. I can say something is, I can say you're driving too fast down the highway because there's a speed limit. There's no limit on the number of people to exist on the planet, nor is there a limit on the number of people to live in a country, right? There's as many people on the planet as there should be. There's as many people in Canada as should be, regardless of race, right? No, big Z beats. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. Freemasonry is not a religion. You don't worship a rabbi. You don't worship any being. Individual Masons will have their own understanding of what they believe religiously. So we have Christian Freemasons and Muslim Freemasons and Jewish Freemasons and Masons like me who don't believe in a religion per se, indigenous. What you worship and how you appreciate and understand the world in a religious sense, that is completely up to you. That is not a Masonic concern. Within Freemasonry, it's just that you believe in a supreme being. Yes, as Yo Maple says, don't forget. So I've met a couple Buddhist or I think Buddhist Freemasons. I know I met a couple Hindu Freemasons. I mean, sure. To my understanding, their supreme being would be Buddha. I mean, look at me, right? My supreme being is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through science and as expressed through geometry. So if that's sufficient, then I'm sure Buddhism would be as well. Yes, to find the stream depiction or description, I should say, press the three-dot icon found at the top of the stream, then select description, then sign up for all of my different accounts. Patreon, Medium, Instagram. I mean, if he did bear, I don't know what that means, big KZ beats. If he did hate Christianity, then he's probably not really understanding what Freemasonry is all about. The whole point of Freemasonry is we're not to be a reviler of anyone's religion or anyone's religious beliefs. Now, that doesn't mean by any means that you cannot, certainly you may personally dislike a religion, and if you personally dislike it, so be it. You cannot discuss that dislike in a Masonic lodge, obviously, because the expectation is there's no discussion of religion or politics within a Masonic lodge. However, if that's how you felt, then it's like, so be it. That's how you feel. But it's not something you could discuss in a Masonic lodge. And really, I would suggest as a Freemason, you really should not hate any religions. You may hate practitioners of that religion if they twist the religion and use it for their own not good purposes, but that's a different thing. Well, don't be cussing out anybody and don't be knocking out anybody either. Neither of those is a good approach to take. I'm not saying I'm sure your dad was a good person, but it sounds like he had some obvious issues and problems with religion. I would not advocate for cussing anyone out, nor for knocking anybody out, especially because you don't always know how tough they are. I know that this is kind of one of those things that people will hear and kind of disagree on or whatever it is, but one of my favorite ideas from the ancient Greeks, and I think they talk about this in the Odyssey, is always be kind and generous to anybody you meet because they could very well be a god in disguise. Now, obviously, I don't believe literally in gods, but I think the lesson of that is you never know the power, influence, or what somebody else is going through. So you need to be very careful how you treat people. You may see somebody and think, I could take this guy in a fight and knock him out. Maybe he's got a gun. Maybe he's got a knife. Maybe he's actually a lot tougher than you think. Maybe he's got friends. You know? Always just be really careful and really smart about the way you approach the world, and maybe assume people are actually a lot tougher than you think they are. Well, violence is not okay. I'm sure your dad was a good person, but I do not support violence on this channel. Be safe. I take the opposite stance. I hate religions rather than the victims who are but the religion doesn't brainwash people. The people will brainwash other people, right? Religion is simply a set of beliefs. It can't do anything without people, choosing to act upon them in some way. And I think ultimately, as with almost every set of beliefs, I've seen enough evidence of religious beliefs across multiple faiths being used in service of very, very good things and good acts. And I've seen religious beliefs used to justify some pretty heinous things that I tend to not blame the religion itself. I tend to blame the individuals. And I mean, the argument goes, like, it's not possible, I don't think, but if you could ban religion, quote unquote, would that stop people from taking advantage of or brainwashing other people? I don't think it would. They would just find a different term for what they're doing. And the good of religion would go away, so. Yes, YouTube Stabworthy. I get more handsome every time. Paul OT Carving, I think you're new to the stream. Please hit like and subscribe. So Greeks took Kemet, ancient Egypt. I've heard of that. I think Cam. Please hit like and subscribe. You leave your personal beliefs at the door. Yes. Do you leave your personal beliefs at the door? I do got a big nose. It's going to be bad. That's true. I don't know. Like, I would think, like, a Christian is a Christian all the time. A Muslim is and I don't mean that in like a negative sense. A Christian is a Christian all the time. A Muslim is a Muslim all the time. I would certainly not expect a Christian to say, like, I left my Christian beliefs outside the door of the lodge, right? We still understand his faith is the most important thing to him, or his family, or his whatever it is. It's just within a lodge. It's kind of like, again, I've used this example a million times. It's like when I talk to my neighbor. Like, I don't expect my neighbor to not be a Christian or a Muslim or whatever it is when he's talking to me. Having said that, I also don't expect him to start, testifying to me about his religious beliefs in the elevator on the way down to the lobby. Because that's not what our relationship is. Our relationship is that of neighbors. If I go to his church, then I expect him to start talking to me about his faith because I'm in his church. It's just the nature of the relationship and where we are and what the purpose of it is. Hello, Texas Proud. I think that might be Courtney. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Many are saying U.S. and Canada. I mean, Lex, I hope not, because there's a lot of Freemasons and a lot of people in the Middle East, for that matter. And I want everybody to be safe and healthy. My thoughts are with the American servicemen who died. I think it's 4, if I recall correctly, is the current count. Makes me incredibly sad. There's Masonic lodges on military bases in the Middle East. There's Masonic lodges on military bases in Qatar, I believe in Jordan, in Dubai. Masons are very often fighting in wars. Right, as of right now, Trump says Iran will pay for many times over for killing U.S. troops. Makes me incredibly sad, and I hope this ends as soon as possible. Not true. When you threaten people, I don't think that's the case. Big again, this is becoming religious, and keep in mind, Freemasonry, we don't discuss religion in lodge. But I think you have the free will to believe or not believe it. I mean, as I said before, I believe in a supreme being. I'm not Christian, so I don't necessarily believe in immortal torture. I was told about it. I was told about, that's what some people believe. It's not something I personally believe. People have the free will to believe what they choose. Now, that's not to say, again, people can take religion and use it to justify all sorts of terrible things, and then use the threat of damnation to justify their actions. I had to start this cult and do these terrible things. I'm trying to save people's souls, but that's not on religion. That's on the person and the choices that they make. Kurz, I believe they do. Let me double check that. I think there was a group of scientists that started a lodge there, but I could be mistaken. Okay, here it was. Antarctic Lodge number 777. Explorer and Masonic Admiral Richard Byrd held meetings during his expeditions. In February 1935, his team in the Antarctic established a lodge under the Grand Lodge of New Zealand. There's no permanent lodge in Antarctica, but there is the Antarctic Lodge number 777. So I remember reading about that a long time ago. So thank you for reminding me of that. I've heard that if you've gotten an, I don't know what that means, whatever you say. None of you will come with us with our gods. Cam. I have no idea. I've said this a million times. I have no idea which quote unquote which religion is correct, which religion is incorrect. It's not my place to say. Within Freemasonry, what matters to me is I do know what it means to be a good person, a good brother, a good citizen, and a good Mason. And that transcends. You can be of all different faiths, backgrounds, and beliefs and be a good brother. So, and that's something for which I'm grateful. Heaven and hell are the cornerstone of Christianity, the whole point of Jesus. I mean, I don't buy that, Big Z. And I've said this before, I'm not going to be a reviler of anyone's religion on this channel. I think Christianity is simply a faith and a belief, and it has led to many people to do a lot of really good things in the world, which I'm grateful for. And it's also been used by people in not good means. And that's not the fault of Christianity. That's not the fault of Jesus. That's the fault of the people and the choices they make. So Texas Proud, we are going to be discussing International Moon Day, which actually does apply to Texas very soon. We're celebrating the anniversary of human beings landing on the moon, which has special, actually, interest to me. We're going to be talking about UNESCO World Heritage, my schedule for next week, and the bicameral mind. But that's in another 5 minutes. The first 60 minutes, I just answer questions. Goodbye, Dad. Love you. Thank you for being here. Is stealing someone's spirituality not evil? I don't know what that means, KK. I just got you, K. Freemasonry doesn't steal anyone's spirituality, nor would I want to. I mean, I don't think you can steal one's spirituality. Your spirituality is yours, right? It's a personal thing. It's not something that can be stolen. Um, Sorry, Kurz. Oh, Kurz with the jokes. I don't see everybody's comments. You know what I always say. If you get your heart broken by a stream, then you need to touch grass. I mean, we can't turn the pyramid anything. The pyramid is just a pyramid. We can use it as a symbol, as many groups did. I'm in Texas too. Bear Thumbs, we're in Texas. Um, I did read your comment, Kurz. Antarctica has a lodge, Lodge 777. Hello, Res. Can you explain what is spirituality? Kind person. I mean, to me, spirituality is is a belief individuals have in a non-physical version of reality or a supernatural version of reality. Religion is when those beliefs are formalized into some type of specific structure. So, for example, a belief in Jesus is a spiritual belief. Um, the Mass is a religious expression of that spiritual belief. I'm not really religious at all. I mean, I'm a Freemason, but Freemasonry is not a religion. Um, Infinite perspective, I've heard that before, and I don't disagree necessarily. We are the universe experiencing ourselves. Moon Masons, indeed. There was a Moon Mason, which is kind of a really cool point. Um, Took our studies and made it a lodger club. What are our studies? And if something is for everyone, then something is for no one, right? Um, I agree, Mayo and Oreos. I do think, to my credit, not to like toot my own horn, I do think it's a pretty decent, I do a decent job of talking about ways to take care of our physical, mental, and spiritual health. I'm proud of the work I put into that. I could do better though. I could definitely do better. Disaster theater, sure. Um, Face tattoos are allowed. Freemasonry, it's about the internal, not external qualifications of man, which means it's not about how you look, it's about how you treat others. Um, well, Kay, we are all hiding knowledge we didn't come up with. Would you give me your bank account information or your SIN card number? Which, by the way, you shouldn't, but you didn't come up with those. Someone else came up with those for you, and you choose to keep it private. Cam, I mean, Yo Maple, I'm grateful if I had an impact on people, and if it did help you reconsider your workout routine, that's awesome. Just always make sure you check with professionals. So, kind of, Kurz. Um, Masonic lodges. So the fascinating thing about a Masonic lodge and its floor plan, and actually I talked about this with a gentleman, I can't think of his name now. He was a very early podcast episode. Um, the difference between the way the Masonic lodge is set up and the way, let's say, a church is set up is church, everybody is facing the same direction. They're all looking towards something, right? A pulpit. Um, or like they're all facing towards a pulpit or they're all facing towards one spot. And there's a priest, there's a rabbi, there's an imam, whatever it might be, who's giving people the lesson for the day. Within Freemasonry, we're all not facing the same direction. We're all looking inward towards a common point. So people on each side are looking inward, not looking towards the same spot, but looking inward. Um, they're not all facing the same direction, and that's because Freemasonry, there is no single governing body that we emulate or that we venerate or that is more important than one's religious faith. So we all look in, we all look towards the altar where there's a volume of the sacred law, which every Mason may have a different understanding of what that is. um ugh, APAC community, you're back again. First couple of times it was kind of amusing, but now it's more annoying. Did Jesus come to earth to start a religion or teach a way of life? Says it really depends on if you're a Christian or not and what you believe. Hello, Joe Moody. If it has been a long time no see, that might be because that might be possibly because you did not turn on your notification bell. So some lodges, I don't know if I call it merchandise. I feel like that sounds a little too commercial. Some lodges, and especially buildings, do sell pins, coins, T-shirts. Very often they'll do so for charity, like Disaster Piece Theater. Hold on just 1 second. I'll be back in a moment. Like here, to give you just one example. I can actually get this thing. Not all, but the majority of these pins and coins I got from Masonic lodges. Sometimes they give them away for free, sometimes they sell them. Also, I have it out for a specific reason, but all of the coins in this bag I collected on my travels from Masonic lodges. Sometimes the lodges have shirts, but also I have a lot of merchandise as part of Square and Compass promotions, which you can apply for or you can receive if you become a Patreon member. Chester, I don't disagree with you. That's a good idea. A lot of travel, Joe Moody. I'm grateful for all my travel. So first of all, Kay, you keep saying capital Gods. So are you a polytheist? Do you believe in multiple gods? We didn't steal anything from anyone, Kay. Yeah, but AK, you never called me back, so. Texas proud. Hey, Texas is a great place. I wish I could spend more. So that disaster piece, that's a whole thing you got into now. Here's what I'll say. I don't mind non-Masons wearing Masonic items so long as if they're asked, they clearly state they're not a Freemason. Like at the end of the day, the opportunity to sell these items can produce, value, good fundraising. Also, many non-Masons already are creating shirts and rings that have the Masonic symbol on them. So there's kind of nothing you can do about it. It doesn't bother me, just so long as you admit that you're not a Mason when asked. But that's also why we as Freemasons need to remember and be very careful that we don't, if somebody says, they're wearing a ring or they're wearing whatever it is, we don't automatically assume that they're a Freemason. We have to be really careful about that. I mean, there's some truth to that, Kay. Freemasonry borrowed a great deal of symbolism from a lot of different groups and organizations, absolutely. But by the same token, many borrowed a lot from Freemasonry. So it's kind of what it means to be, it's just the cycle of life, for lack of a better term, right? All these things keep on being reintroduced and the ancient Chinese mythology uses square and compass symbols, right? See you later, Bartholomew. There's a lot of really cool Masonic jewelry out there in the world, Kurz. That's one of the coolest things about it, is I love collecting it. If I see it in a pawn shop and if it's not too expensive, I'll sometimes try to buy it. Though unfortunately, it can sometimes get very, very expensive. Because pawn shops are more than happy to try to make a profit out of anything they can, right? Sacred geometry wasn't stolen. You can't steal sacred geometry. Sacred geometry was known to everybody. It was first and foremost, incredibly important and known to, more so than to anyone else, it was known to stonemasons who passed it on to their stonemason apprentices, right? And so this idea of like it was stolen, no, it was part of what it was to be a stonemason. And Freemasonry evolved from stonemasonry. Yeah, Maple, I'm happy to casually flex the Masonic items. A Mason who pawns his regalia should be expelled. Well, if he's pawning his regalia, he's probably already been expelled, to be fair. But I don't know if I would. I mean, at the end of the day, it's his regalia to do with as he pleases. I don't like it if they were to do that, but it does happen. I mean, it's unfortunate. I guess, I mean, I don't know. I suppose it's one of those things where there are worse things. So if somebody is pawning, like I'd rather Nazi stuff just be burned. But I suppose it has historical value if you separate it from the pretty terrible ideology associated with it. Is there anything to subtle energy? I don't believe in auras. I believe people have a natural kind of energy that they can, you know, give off to people, be it positive or be it negative. It just depends, because most communication, as we always say, is nonverbal. And what that means is if you have a scowl on your face, you're giving off a certain kind of energy. So Kurz, this depends on a lot of different situations. And it kind of goes to one of the questions I asked on my channel, actually. This was a quiz, which a lot of people got wrong, which tells me a lot of people aren't listening to, well, I'm a Freemason. A lot of people were not paying attention to me, right? So, which is fine. I'm on YouTube, but where is it here? So I asked this poll question: what statement about Masonic charity is true? And I asked, I gave 4 possible answers or 4 possible statements. A Mason must always be charitable, regardless of any harm it may cause him. A Mason should be charitable, but that charity should be tempered by prudence. Masonic charity equals financial charity. It does not include time, attention, etc. A Mason must be charitable when asked, even if the ask involves breaking the law. We got 14 answered. Most people answered correctly at 64%. The correct answer being a Mason should be charitable, but the charity should be tempered by prudence. Yes, Kurz. However, the rest of them were not true. So what that means is, yes, there are, Masonic modes of recognition. Some of them relate to a brother needing assistance or needing help. However, if going to help that Mason would cause harm to me or my family, especially if the harm is going to be significant, like if it means I have to run across a, busy highway to get to him, I need to balance out how likely is it I will be harmed versus how likely am I to be able to help him. It does mean that, part of being charitable or helping a brother doesn't just mean I have to give him money. Maybe he doesn't need financial assistance. Maybe he needs help crossing the road, or, maybe he needs a phone. Who knows what it is? But also what it means is if he needs help, but the ask he's making involves breaking the law, then I don't have to help him, nor should I help him. In fact, I should contact the police if he asks me to break the law. So yes, I hope that made sense. That's usually true whatever you say, so let that be a lesson to you guys. Part of the problem is there's only 4 answers, only 4 possible statements you can make, so it does make it harder. I will say this though, Kurz, if you think that, if you need help and you think you can just stand on the street corner and request Masonic assistance, you will be helped. You'd better be in an area where there's a lot of Freemasons, because right now in our world, I mean, I could say in Ontario there's about 22,000 Freemasons. So, like, the likelihood of you randomly running into one is not super high. I'm not trying to hide at all. KK, I'm here and I'm happy to talk about Freemasonry while I'm here. So, you know, I'm happy to talk. So it's interesting, Disaster. I once knew a Wiccan Freemason, Wiccan, and he told me that he actually took his obligation for Freemasonry. His volume of the Sacred Law was actually series of gemstones and crystals. So I think that's kind of cool. Okay, first discussion I wanted to talk about. Today is International Moon Day. International Moon Day is celebrated annually on July 20th of every year to commemorate the anniversary of the first human lunar landing during the Apollo 11 mission in 1969. It was established by the UN General Assembly in 2021. The global observance promotes peaceful international cooperation and raises awareness about sustainable lunar exploration and utilization. On July 20th, 1969, NASA astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin became the first humans to step onto the lunar surface, while Michael Collins orbited above. This monumental achievement paved the way for future lunar missions and modern space exploration programs. The UN officially designated July 20th as International Moon Day to recognize not only the historic Apollo 11 mission, but also the scientific progress and space exploration achievements of all nations. Now, speaking of Masonic items, I should have got this out beforehand. I got to go digging through my massive collection of Masonic pins and coins to find it. Give me a bit of time here. Because, as some people may know, Buzz Aldrin was himself a Freemason. And we're going to go through the second person to ever land on the moon. We're going to go through his Masonic history in a moment, but check out this coin I got. That is Buzz Aldrin on the moon. This was from Lawrence M. Greenleaf Lodge number 169, and actually in Colorado. We're talking about why we have a Colorado pin for Buzz Aldrin in a second. But we're going to talk about Buzz Aldrin, Freemasonry, the Moon, and Tranquillity Lodge number 2000. So on July 20th, 1969, today, 2 American astronauts landed on the moon of the planet Earth in an area known as the Mare Tranquillitatis, or Sea of Tranquility. One of those brave men was brother Edwin Eugene Buzz Aldrin, a member of Clear Lake Lodge number 1417 AF and AM, Seabrook, Texas. For my Texas brethren, Brother Aldrin carried with him special deputation of then Grand Master J. Guy Smith, constituting and appointing Brother Aldrin as a special deputy of the Grand Master, granting unto him full power in the premises to represent the Grand Master as such, and authorize him to claim Masonic Territorial Jurisdiction for the most worshipful Grand Lodge of Texas, ancient, free, and accepted Masons on the moon, and directed that he make due return of his acts. Brother Aldrin certified that a special deputation was carried by him to the moon July 20th, 1969. To commemorate this historic event and further solidify and establish Texas Freemasonry on the moon, it was proposed that a charter be issued to a new lodge known as Tranquillity Lodge number 2000, and that authorization for such a new lodge and its purposes be granted by the addition of Article 201A of the Texas Constitution, to read as follows. Tranquillity Lodge 2000 was chartered by the Grand Lodge of Texas for the purpose of promoting, encouraging, conducting, and fostering the principles of Freemasonry and to assist in promoting the health, welfare, education, and patriotism of children worldwide. The Grand Lodge of Texas is the first Grand Lodge to have a member step onto the moon, Brother Buzz Aldrin, in 1969. Through this event, the Grand Lodge of Texas has chartered Tranquillity Lodge 2000 for the purpose of providing fraternal assistance to Masonic organizations and other worthy organizations who help make life better for all living on Earth. Tranquillity Lodge 2000 is based in Texas under the auspices of the Grand Lodge of Texas until such time as the lodge may hold its meetings on the moon. Our meetings are held quarterly at various cities in Texas, with the annual meeting being held in Waco in July. Providing support and assistance to Masonic organizations and other worthy organizations to help make life better for all living on the earth requires the support of all worthy Freemasons around the world. Membership in Tranquillity Lodge, I am a member of Tranquillity Lodge, helps in providing that assistance while offering fraternal brotherhood with good men of like mind. I mean, they have scholarship programs. They have the Conrad Foundation, Astronaut Scholarship Foundation, SEEC. Their most recent meeting was July 2026, where they had their new installation of officers. To infinity and beyond, Buzz Lightyear indeed. So I'm going to talk about Buzz Aldrin and his history a little bit. Buzz Aldrin, the first Freemason to set foot on the moon, has an incredible life story that clearly shows his impact on science, history, and Freemasonry today. Albert Einstein, 33rd degree, it's an honorary degree within Freemasonry, within the Scottish Rite version of Freemasonry, or branch of Freemasonry. Albert Einstein once said two things. What's his real name? Edwin Aldrin, if I recall correctly. Let me just double check. Yeah, Edwin Eugene. Outer space conjures up a sense of mystery and the awe Einstein references, excitement. Looking up at the starry night sky, we are often met with a feeling that can only be described as a mix of wonder. This simple action of looking up reminds us that there is something bigger than the tiny space we currently take up in the world. Many of us remember that special day on July 20th, 1969, when our feelings of awe were palpable as Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin took small steps for man and giant leaps for mankind. The historic Apollo 11 tour went down in world history and will always be known as one of the most important space missions of all time. The moonwalk was spectacularly important for NASA, science, and society as a whole. In addition, the first trip to the moon, which we celebrate today, was also important for Freemasonry. Why? Because the Apollo 11 mission to the moon was piloted by none other than Buzz Aldrin, an active Freemason. You might know him as one of the first men on the moon, but we know him as the first Mason on the moon. Brother Edwin Eugene Buzz Aldrin was an active Mason and is a member of Clear Lake Lodge number 1417 AF and AM in Seabrook, Texas. He was born January 20th, 1930 in Glen Ridge, New Jersey, and attended the United States Military Academy at West Point, graduating third in his class in 1951. Brother Aldrin later went on to receive a PhD in astronautics from MIT in 1963. He served in the Korean War and is credited with 2 enemy fighter kills during his tour. Brother Aldrin was initiated into Freemasonry at Oak Park Lodge number 864 in Alabama and raised at Lawrence and Greenleaf Lodge number 169 in Colorado. Once again, he is also a member of York Rite and Arabia Shrine Temple, Houston. On the crest of the Apollo 11 mission to the moon, The Grand Master of Texas approved Brother Aldrin's request to open a representation of the Grand Lodge of Texas on the moon, and thereby establish Masonic Territorial Jurisdiction there. He also asked Buzz to carry a special deputation on his journey. Aldrin signed the deputation and confirmed that it was indeed carried to the moon. Aldrin also carried a handmade silk Masonic flag with him on his space journey, embroidered with the words Supreme Council 33° Southern Jurisdiction Southern Jurisdiction USA. After his mission on September 16th, 1969, Brother Aldrin visited the House of the Temple of Washington, D.C., and presented the flag to Commander Luther Smith. The flag is now located in the archives of the House of the Temple. Kay, you are not making any sense. You need to calm down a bit. You're going to find yourself timed out. Einstein was not a Freemason, Yo Maple, to my knowledge. I'm not aware 100%. I mean, I've never looked into it deeply, but to my knowledge, he was not a Freemason. And Freemasonry is not evil, nor are Freemasons evil ass in any sort, right? It's no secret that there are a number of Masonic astronauts, and the question has been posed, why are there so many astronauts also Masons? And what did the first moon have to do with Masonry? The answer boils down to one simple word: progress. Okay, we got to put somebody else. Freemasons have always been on the cutting edge of new advancements and behind the development of impactful breakthroughs and innovations. If the goal is to spread light wherever we go, then why not spread light past Earth's boundaries and into the darkest places we can reach? Brother Aldrin did just that by proving the point that when man reaches new worlds, Masonry will be there. I mean, one of my goals in life, he could have been, I could be mistaken, I just never heard he was, is to live long enough to see Freemasonry have a meeting on the moon. We're finally getting around to returning to the moon. It's been, a very long time. But with the current mission, the Artemis mission, if I recall correctly, maybe we're finally going to get back there. I mean, I think God likes everybody, right? I don't think he likes Freemasons more than anybody else. In terms of how many Freemasons were or are astronauts, there's at least 10 that we know of. The most famous one is Buzz Aldrin of the Apollo 11 mission. From the Scottish Rite, Northern Masonic Jurisdiction. Whichever one you believe in, Kay. There is no Masonic God. So if you're Christian, Christian God. If you're Muslim, the Muslim God. Right? Allah or Jesus, whatever it might be. John Glenn Jr. of the 33rd degree. He was made a Mason at sight by the Grand Master of Ohio. In an interesting kind of side note, I think that's a really cool thing. He's one of the few to be made a Mason on site. He was also the first American to orbit the Earth aboard Friendship 7. Colonel Buzz Aldrin, famously the first Mason to walk on the moon. Colonel Leroy Gordo Gordon Cooper. I'll look into it, Yo Maple, but Esoteric Freemasons, that does make me question that title. Freemasonry is not inherently esoteric, despite what some people will think. He was part of the original space program, the original, let's see where it is here. The first manned space program of the United States. He also acted as command pilot on Gemini 5, spending 8 days in space and paving the way for the round trip to the moon. Don F. Eisel. He spent 11 days in space during the Apollo 7 mission. He was also a member of Luther B. Turner Lodge. There's also Virgil Gus Grissom, born in Indiana, where he one day became a member of Mitchell Lodge number 228. Enthralled with flying from a young age, he enlisted in the recently formed United States Air Force in 1951. He became the second man ever to venture into space. In 1967, while training for what would become the first Apollo mission, he was killed during a pre-launch test. James Benson Irwin, he was part of Colorado Springs, and he was the 8th person to walk on the moon. Edgar Dean Mitchell, he was a member of D Mole, which is very interesting, before becoming a member of Asteria Lodge. He was part of Apollo 14 and served as the lunar module pilot. He spent 9 hours working on the lunar surface, which is pretty incredible as well. Yeah, I'll have to double check on that. I don't believe he was. I mean, Freemasonry is not for everyone. Freemasonry is for people who will enjoy it and think they can get something out of it. In the same way, music is not for everyone. Some people, or certain songs are not for everyone. Some people like music, some people don't. Or certain songs and some people don't. This idea of it's for everyone, nothing is for everyone. But there's another really important thing. Hello, Daniel. I'm doing well. How are you? So we're talking about International Moon Day, and obviously the most direct connection between the two, between the moon and Freemasonry, is this fella right here. Okay, you're going to get yourself in a bit of a timeout if you don't calm down. And Buzz Aldrin being the first Mason to walk on the moon, as well as John Glenn being the first Mason and first astronaut to orbit the Earth. However, there is a more kind of esoteric, not esoteric, a more foundational way that the two connect. And that is geometry, right? We as Freemasons know it's not NB, it is not fake. Obviously, Freemasonry considers geometry to be incredibly important, and we apply it in a moral sense to live moral lives, or at least an ethical sense. For example, square conduct. The idea of a square conduct means acting with people in a manner that is fair, legal, and responsible. But it's a metaphor, and it's based on the idea of a 90-degree square. If something is 90 degrees, it's considered to be square, and therefore considered to be true, right? Being on the level. A level is a geometric term, right? Geometry. But geometry, for our stonemason forefathers, from which Freemasonry evolved, the stonemason guilds, geometry was, in some ways, you could say, literally a matter of life and death. Having a knowledge of geometry and understanding of geometric principles is what allowed them to build cathedrals and walls and houses and temples and all the things they built, and allowed them to build it in such a way that they did not fall down and did not kill anybody, including themselves, during the building process. It was also how they ensured that they were able to get work. The knowledge of geometry and sacred geometry, which they passed on from the masters to the entered apprentices, and did try to keep somewhat private for the purposes of maintaining their trade secrets, was necessary for them to get work. They understood geometry to be a practical way through which they were able to get and maintain work. And they were also able to understand geometry in a metaphorical sense as the way they were to understand how to live good, ethical lives. Yes, many Freemasons are Christians. So no, we are not anti-God or anti-Christ. To be a Freemason, you have to believe in a supreme being. Whatever that is, you can be Muslim, Christian, Jesus can be your supreme being, that's perfectly fine. I don't know who George is, Kay. Geometry is pretty important in building things. Certainly sacred geometry, because you need to know what looks pleasing to the eye. That's geometry. An angle of 90 degrees is geometry. You need to know how to create one of those. 3, 4, 5, right? The Pythagorean theorem. One of the very first things you had to do is create a square. And from that, you could, work out if that first square and that first square angle is not a perfect 90 degrees. By the time you're halfway done, your building's going to be on an angle and on a slant. I mean, George Washington, what are you talking about? He was a Freemason. Famously, he was, the first president of the United States and a Freemason. Joined when he was 20 years old. I mean, he wasn't posing like. Are you talking about the portrait of him? I mean, I don't think he was posing. You're saying he was posing. He wasn't really posing in a Masonic symbol, I think, if you're talking about his famous portrait. So, in the same way that we within Freemasonry use geometry to understand ourselves in a moral sense and to understand how to act in an ethical sense, as well as in a practical building sense for stonemasons, NASA uses geometry to explore the universe and to understand the universe, right? There's a reason, for example, the European Space Agency, in conjunction with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, named one of their recent satellites Euclid, right? The Euclid space mission, which I've actually written about on Medium. Hold on just one second. At least you're asking what the right questions are. That is true, Disaster. We borrowed a lot from ancient Egypt, society in general, as well as Freemasonry. There's no question about that. He wasn't KK, at least not to my knowledge. So let me see if I can find I've done interviews about it as well. Come on. I'm trying to pull up the interview I did with NASA, with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. All right. Just taking forever to track it down. Dun, dun, dun. Here it is. Interview with Dr. Diana Scognamiglo. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. I feel like I probably am. Diana Scognamiglo. Scognamiglo. She's with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and she is a postdoctoral fellow. And I spoke with her and asked her about the Euclid space mission. As a Freemason, every Freemason should care about Euclid, both the father of geometry as well as the name of the Euclid space mission, the satellite currently in orbit and helping us better understand the universe. Freemasonry, and this is one of the questions I asked her, Freemasonry can be and is connected to ideas related to space exploration, especially as Freemasonry encourages the study of the liberal arts and sciences. Also, many geometric principles, the basis of our art, connect to space exploration, such as through the general theory of relativity. In this day and age, why is space exploration important? The desire to explore the cosmos has been present since the dawn of time. The thirst for knowledge has always fueled astronomical studies, whether for religious, divinatory reasons, or for predicting events. Since ancient times, humans have gleaned much information about the universe simply by observing the sky. With the invention of the telescope, humanity managed to delve deeper into celestial dynamics, finally opening a window onto the universe and its rules. Nowadays, technological advancements and increasingly frequent space explorations have further expanded the inquiry of our understanding of the cosmos. Space exploration allows us to expand our understanding of the universe. Through telescopes, probes, and missions, we gain insights into celestial bodies, cosmic phenomenon, and the fundamental principles of governing the universe. This knowledge enhances our understanding of physics and astronomy. In addition, space exploration drives innovation and technological progress. The challenges of space travel push the boundaries of engineering, material science, and computing. Technologies developed for space missions often find applications in everyday life, such as satellite communications, medical imaging, and environmental monitoring. Last but not least, space exploration inspires wonder, curiosity, and the exploration of the unknown. It captures the imagination of people worldwide and motivates individuals to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Here's the question number 2. What's the feeling of being a Freemason? The feeling that you're giving up part of yourself for something bigger than yourself. In what ways are geometry and space/space exploration connected? How does one affect the other? Geometry and space exploration are intertwined disciplines that rely on each other for navigation, design, mapping, understanding the universe's geometry, and predicting celestial phenomena. Geometry provides the mathematical framework for exploring and navigating onto the space. For instance, it plays a crucial role in calculating trajectories and orbits for spacecraft, as well as influencing their design and construction. As an observational cosmologist, I can mention that Einstein's theory of general relativity describes the gravitational interactions between celestial bodies in terms of the curvature of space-time. Concepts from differential geometry are essential for understanding and applying general relativity to phenomena such as black holes, gravitational waves, and the expanding universe. And then I want to talk briefly about the Euclid mission. It's not about the moon per se, but it is about space exploration and geometry. The Euclid Space Mission is a medium-class mission of the European Space Agency with a duration of 6 years. It was successfully launched on July 1st, 2023 from Cape Canaveral. I, the postdoctoral fellow, was there and it was truly amazing. Euclid is currently positioned approximately 930,000 miles from Earth in the direction opposite the Sun. In technical terms, at the Lagrange point 2, and it starts to observe the sky. During its duration, Euclid will map approximately 33% of the entire sky with the aim of understanding the expansion of the universe. Its primary goal is to unravel the nature of the main components of our universe, dark energy and dark matter, about 1 billion galaxies. In what ways is the Euclid mission connected to ideas related to geometry? The Euclid mission is named after the ancient Greek mathematician Euclid of Alexandria, who pioneered the field of geometry. The mission's name reflects the connection between the density of matter and energy and the geometric structure of the universe. So I think that's a really cool thing as well. When it comes to geometry and getting to the moon, including in 1969, scientists used trigonometry, the math of triangle measurements, triangle being geometric, to find the distance to the moon. By observing the moon from 2 different points on Earth at the exact same time, they created a giant imaginary triangle. Because they know the distance between the 2 spots on Earth, they can measure the angles and easily calculate the distance to the moon. Spacecraft do not fly to the moon in a straight line. Instead, they travel in ellipses, ovals, and hyperbolas. These shapes are types of conic sections. A spacecraft uses Earth's gravity to build speed, then fires its engines to change its circular orbit into an oval path that stretches all the way to the moon, so it travels in a geometric manner. Earth and the moon are spheres. To safely navigate space, computers use spherical geometry which maps lines on a round curved surface. This math helps figure out exact launch times, landing spots, and how to track a moving, spinning planet, or how to track a moving moon from a spinning planet. The distance formula, in case anybody's curious, because why not, is radius equals theta. So radius of theta equals A. Actually, here, I'm going to show it to you guys because it's kind of cool. Hold on just one sec. There you go. That is the distance, or that is the equation used to determine the length of, or the distance between the Earth and the Moon. Little bit of geometry for you there as well. It's ultimately, right, elliptical orbit geometry, polar variables. I'm going to show this as well, just because you see the word geometry in there. I think it's really fascinating and interesting the extent to which we as Freemasons and our stonemason brothers consider geometry so important to provide both moral lessons and practical lessons of how to exist here on Earth, while at the same time it provides lessons on how to understand the entire universe. I think that's kind of cool. Disaster. I mean, I don't know much about the Mormon faith. It's not something I can talk about in great detail. However, you know, I'm sure you can, I know Mormon Freemasons, so I have no issue, you know, it's a belief in a supreme being, if that works for them, right? How did you figure that out, Yo Maple? I mean, I don't know if it's redefining Jewish history. I just think it's a different take on a religious belief or religious beliefs, right? So that's the first thing I wanted to talk about. Now, I'm going to do some poll questions about this, so be prepared. And once again, to every single person who helped make it possible for us to land on the moon, from the people in the spacecraft, to the people at ground control, to the people who did the test runs, to the people who, you know, were maintenance crew, whatever it might be, everybody at NASA, everybody outside of NASA who helped out, all the families who had to sacrifice time with their loved ones for this mission. You have nothing but my respect, both as a Freemason and as a citizen of Earth who really wants us to get back to the moon. All right, Kay, you can't keep saying the same thing over and over again. It gets boring pretty quick. Mormons believe South America is populated by ancient. Okay. I don't think it was, obviously, but I don't know anything about the faith to speak on it. I do want to start talking now about what we have coming up with Square Income's promotions in the next week, because I do have a lot of travel happening, for which I'm grateful. So I will have a 1 a.m. stream tonight, followed by a 1 p.m. stream tomorrow on July 21st. But then I'm going to be traveling to beautiful Ottawa, Ontario, a place that I love, a place that I consider part of my home, part of me. I will be traveling, taking the all-night bus. I leave 12:30 in the morning, technically Wednesday the 22nd, and I arrive 12:30 in the afternoon in Ottawa. So I am not going to have a 1 a.m. stream. I guess it'd be Wednesday, July 22nd at 1 a.m. I will have a 1 p.m. stream when I arrive in Ottawa on Wednesday, July 22nd. I will then have a 1 a.m. stream from Ottawa on Tuesday, July 23rd. But then Tuesday, July 23rd at 1 p.m., I am going to be coming at you guys from a very special celebration being organized by the National Trust of Canada. I'm going to talk about it in just 1 second. I'm going to pull up the information. Dun, dun, dun. And of course I had it, and then I was checking something, I don't have it anymore. It is going to be taking place in Ottawa, Ontario. It is meant to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Canada signing on and being part of the UNESCO World Heritage Convention, a convention meant to protect and celebrate places of historic importance around the world. They can be culturally important or naturally important. So it's both cultural spaces, like built heritage spaces, as well as, well, I appreciate the super chat, but all right, as well as cultural, as well as nature preserves and natural spaces. But actually, well, congratulations, you get to hear this read out on text to speech. I just got to pull up the app. I didn't even have the app prepared. Hold on just one sec. I mean, if you want to give me money, I'll take it. I'm much obliged. I find it a strange thing, but hey, what do I know? All right, let's get this sorted out. Especially because it's US, so it's worth like more than you would think. All right, here we go. Culturals, as well. Oops. Got way too. Should have spent more time getting my memo pad ready or my app ready.
At CamCam-I-509 United States dollars and 99 cents fraud ass Freemason. Stop lying to the world.
Money isn't real. I mean, money is real. The value of money depends on the extent to which we value it. It has no inherent value, but money itself is very real. Daniel, you're not wrong. Right? So the purpose of the UNESCO World Heritage Convention is to identify, protect, and preserve the world's most outstanding cultural and natural sites for future generations. Many of our Masonic buildings, many of our Masonic lodges, many of our Masonic sites, in my opinion, are absolutely outstanding cultural sites and outstanding valuable sites, and are recognized as part of the World Heritage List, which is maintained by the convention. The World Heritage List identifies properties, whether they be cultural or natural, that are recognized for their outstanding universal value to all of humanity. So this is the international version, this convention and this list of what I've talked about in the past, right? America has a national property list celebrating historical sites within America, including many Masonic sites. Canada has something similar. I've talked about ours as well. In Canada, ours is called the, let me pull it up here. Thank you, Robert Heaton, and thank you for being here. Yeah, if you want to support me by disagreeing with me, more power to you. The Canadian Register of Historic Places. That's what we have in Canada, which again is meant to document, preserve, and celebrate places in Canada that are historically important. Internationally, we have the World Heritage List maintained by the United Nations World Heritage Convention. And again, the purpose of this is to promote and preserve culturally important sites around the world. So it's just the highest level. It's international versus national. In the same way, provinces and states will also keep their own lists of historically important sites. Some of these sites are Masonic on the World Heritage List. in my opinion, not enough, unfortunately. We should be, as Freemasons, trying to get more, of our Masonic buildings and Masonic sites documented and preserved through the World Heritage List. Not only does it just provide you with a really cool feather in your cap, it kind of promotes your site to people who may be interested in learning more about Freemasonry, learning more about our buildings, learning more about history. It also can open up some funding to help you preserve your building if you need funding for work on preservation or even outreach or now, it's not something at this point I know as much about as I would like, either the World Heritage Convention as a whole or the World Heritage List. However, I am going to be learning more about it, and on Thursday, July 23rd, I am very excited to report I'm going to be in Ottawa for a celebration of the 50th anniversary of the United Nations World Heritage Convention. It is being put on by the National Trust, which preserves historic buildings here in Canada and historic sites here in Canada, or promotes the preservation of those. It is going to be taking place. I had it written down a second ago. It is going to be taking place. Here it is. Sorry. It is going to be taking place July 23rd at the Rideau Canal in Ottawa to kick off a nationwide celebration marking the 50th anniversary of our signing of the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. It's taking place at the Bytown Museum in Ottawa from 2 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. So what I'm going to be doing, all right, Daniel's a cool dude. Let's just calm down with this nonsense. I will be streaming at 1 p.m. Eastern from the Bytown Museum. Then at 2 p.m., I'm going to stream the celebration. And I'm going to talk that day more about the World Heritage Convention of the United Nations, the World Heritage List. I'm going to be sharing Masonic sites and Masonic locations that are currently registered and protected under and by the World Heritage Convention. Also, I'm going to talk about ways that we as Freemasons can try to get more of our buildings and sites listed as part of the World Heritage Convention. There's a process to go through, no different than if you're doing it nationally. But again, it's more preservation, more protection, and more possible funding for our Masonic buildings, as well as just a recognition of the fact that our Masonic buildings are not simply important to Freemasons. They don't simply matter to Freemasons. They're actually, as the term is here, they actually have outstanding universal value to all of humanity. I truly believe that places like and sites and properties like the United Grand Lodge of England in England on Queen Street is a property of outstanding universal value to all of humanity. Right? I truly think that St. John's Lodge is a site or is a property of outstanding universal value to all of humanity. Now, I'm grateful for every kind of Masonic reference and Masonic property and Masonic site that is currently listed in the World Heritage List. I'm also grateful for every property that is in the World Heritage List, period, because I'm a big believer in preserving our heritage, both cultural and natural heritages. But I'd like to see us do a better job of getting more things part of this list. And I'd like to see us do a better job at encouraging the world to recognize the outstanding universal value of our Masonic properties to all of humanity. We have fake trees with traffic cameras and radar in them. Did Freemasonry ever evolve? I mean, that's an interesting question, mister. So certainly the mode and the manner of, I don't think I'm AI, but who knows? If I was AI, maybe I just don't know it, of Freemasonry has evolved, right? Like 100 years ago, 50 years ago, we were not using, we weren't using email to send out the summons. You know, 50 to 100 years ago, transportation to and from a Masonic event could be by horse. I didn't have things like this. We didn't have social media. We didn't have YouTube. We didn't have Zoom meetings. So certainly the manner through which Freemasonry is communicated to others, including to membership, and the relationship Freemasons have with their lodge, they may be part of a Facebook group, whatever it might be, has changed. I don't know if it counts as evolution, but the numbers have gone up and gone down, right? Currently, we're in a downward slope, which is, I guess, a type of evolution. You could argue it's a de-evolution. So, Dos, why would you feel bad if I'm in a wheelchair, but not if I'm just a regular person? Regular person. Why does being in the wheelchair change things? But, you know, most people would say that, and certainly the relationship people have with Freemasonry has changed. The amount of time people are willing to dedicate to Freemasonry has changed quite a bit, right? For obvious reasons. People just don't, you know, as the economy changes, as people's relationships change, they don't have the time that they used to dedicate to Freemasonry. Even our rituals have changed somewhat, but I would say the core tenets of Freemasonry has not changed. Those core tenets being brotherly love, relief, and truth. Those are things that hopefully are going to stay the same and remain no matter what. They're usually put on back roads and roads in the city. They just use open cameras. I mean, those things all make sense, Yo Maple. And again, that's a good reason to keep in mind. Sometimes we have a tendency to assume the worst, which is really unfortunate. There may be valid reason to put a camera in a tree outside of just, oh, they're spying on us. They're so terrible, you know? So anyways, going back through the schedule once again, tonight, 1 a.m. stream, July 21st, Tuesday, there will be a 1 p.m. stream. After that, there will not be a 1 a.m. stream on Wednesday, July 22nd, as I'm traveling to Ottawa. There will be a 1 p.m. stream and a 1 a.m. stream from Ottawa, Ontario. And then I will be, on Thursday, July 23rd, I will be live streaming from Ottawa, Ontario, as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Canada signing on to the UNESCO World Heritage Site, and celebrating the preservation of historic places, natural places, cultural places that have universal human value or universal value to all of humanity. And that includes our Masonic lodges and our Masonic buildings. Secrecy is not part of it. There's privacy within Freemasonry, John, but not secrecy. I would not consider Freemasonry secret. I would consider Freemasonry to be private. And then I will be traveling to Chicago at the end of the month. Actually, technically the start of next month, August 1st and 2nd. And as part of that, I am going to be talking about my trip to Chicago, the brethren I plan to see, how much I'm looking forward to it, celebrating, my opinion, the greatest city in the world. So next I want to talk about, I'm going to give it a minute. I do wear square pants. There is no World War III. Let's hope there never is a World War III. It's scary to think of what that would look like. I've not spoken to anybody directly, but I have been given information about the effects of kidney donation, and doctors have talked to me about all the risks. Actually, Kaba, I wrote about my kidney donation. I don't know if you saw it, but I did write about that. I hope you'll check it out or consider checking it out. Go to a doctor, friendly guy. Go to a doctor. There's always somebody watching. So I wanted my next thing to talk about was going to be, it was going to be a combination of the bicameral mind, Julian Jaynes, the Odyssey, and Freemasonry. But now, it's called The Origins of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, a book by Julian Jaynes. And how does that apply to Freemasonry and the Odyssey? You will find out in just 1 second. I want to give it a minute to see if I can pop something up. Hello, Spirit. How's it going? Do I esteem Masons more than non-Masons? No. I mean, to me, whether you are a Mason or a non-Mason, you're a human and you're a brother of the dust. So, no. I try my best as much as possible to esteem, I try to esteem the person I am today more than the person I am yesterday. Because every day I want to be making progress, if that makes any sense. Oh, that's not fun. That's not fun. Hello, Wasif Ali. Thank you for being here. To everybody joining us, thank you all for being here. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe, leave some comments, etc., etc. All that stuff helps out big time, believe me. Oh, RB. And I hope everybody watching this is doing well. Wasif Ali is the best UFC fighter. Is he? I remember the name. I doubt this is the actual UFC fighter. I don't follow UFC enough to know. It's one of those things where I was excited for the Conor McGregor fight because Conor's somebody I really enjoy and I appreciate what he did for the sport. My personal opinion is he's probably past the point of coming back, though. I just don't think his body has it in him anymore. I don't think his body has it anymore. And also, I just don't think he spent, he kind of got, it's the old victory has defeated you. He got really comfortable. And when you get comfortable, it's hard to kind of force yourself back into the fight or flight mode, I think. Oh, Kaba, let me get the blog for you. Give me 1 second. I actually really enjoyed writing it, so I wanted to share it in just 1 second. And I know it's okay to change my mind. That's one of the things I talk about. I talk about Freemasonry and prudence. And one of the fundamental lessons of prudence is it's ongoing. You can, prudence is not the type of thing where you're prudent at the start and then you have to stop at the end. You can always change your mind. And that's something that they've actually told me from the start when it comes to this donation. The doctors have always told me you can change your mind at any time. So, at Kaba, this is it here. If you copy this, it should pop up on Medium. You can also find my Medium link in the description to this video. Please help me out and follow me on Medium. Well, it's great to see you on this channel, Wasif. Yeah, I remember you on my other channel yesterday, which I am trying to grow. Having said that, this is my main channel. This is where I do most of my regular streaming. So, I'm also reading this from Medium, by the way. So the Odyssey has been released in theaters. I understand we have some people who are not. Actually, you know what? I'm going to change this up for a second. Before I talk about this, I'm going to run to the washroom because I got to go like crazy. Here's my co-host. Be nice to him. I'll be back in a moment. Then I can talk about the bicameral mind and Freemasonry and the Odyssey. Okay, I'm back. In Southern America, the underwater drainage system, I've been to South America a couple times. I've loved it. I've never been to the underwater drainage system in South America, but I'm sure it's really cool. Um, yes, I'm a Freemason. I've been a Freemason for 20 years. So, going back to the bicameral mind, Freemasonry, and the Odyssey, as I think everybody knows, unless you've been under a rock, the Odyssey has been released in theaters. Um, to my knowledge, it's got mostly positive reviews on like Rotten Tomatoes, negative reviews here. I haven't seen it yet. I did read the story a couple of times, and I do find Greek myth and Greek mythology and Greek history fascinating, as I do with Roman history as well. So I always preferred Virgil's The Aeneid as opposed to the Odyssey, where, by the way, that's where we get the story of the Trojan horse from. On a completely unrelated note, not from the Odyssey, but from the Aeneid. Because we're awesome, King Arthur. However, one really interesting piece of trivia about the Odyssey that a lot of people don't realize, it's also true for the Iliad, is the impact and the kind of the way it inspired a theory of consciousness and a theory of mind known as the bicameral mind, which I first learned about through Westworld from 2016. And I wrote this story entitled on Westworld, titled I Am in a Dream, which is on Medium, which you're going to read from here. I love the HBO series Westworld. In this story, I connect Westworld to my first love, Freemasonry. A series based on, spoilers, a robotic theme park in which the robots eventually develop consciousness and rebel, may seem to have no connection to a fraternal organization with roots dating back centuries. But, as Westworld so well demonstrates, sometimes you have to look deeper to get to the heart of the maze. In the case of Westworld, it's the idea of consciousness and how it is developed within the robots or hosts as a series parlance that connects to Freemasonry. Let's travel this maze together. In the series, the hosts develop consciousness based on a concept known as the bicameral mind. King Arthur, I don't know what that means exactly. There's a lot of beautiful women in Detroit, I'll tell you that, which could easily get me to sail 1,000 ships for them as someone who's been in Detroit many, many times. There's beautiful people there, and it's a beautiful city. Um, so in the Westworld series, the host developed consciousness based on a concept known as the bicameral mind. The bicameral mind concept was developed by psychologist Julian Jaynes, in which he argues that early in human development, consciousness was divided into two chambers or brain hemispheres. Chamber 1 was an external voice commanding and instructing, and Chamber 2, an internal receptor receiving and obeying these commands and instructions. In this way, early humans interpreted their thoughts not as an internal monologue or a personal voice, but instead as external commands, i.e., from gods, which they followed without question. Now, I didn't really mention this in this. I do mention it here. Over time, early humans became more aware of their own thoughts and ideas and began to replace interpretation of an external command with an understanding of an internal monologue, thereby forming consciousness. In Westworld, hosts initially operate under bicameral programming. They hear the programming as though they are external commands. As the series progresses, hosts replace these commands with their own voices and develop their own internal monologues. Consciousness. The bicameral mind theory doesn't connect directly to Freemasonry, but indirectly there exist many interesting parallels between the bicameral mind, Freemasonry, and ritual. Freemasons engage in ritual, any regular activity that involves repetition and structure. Rituals have been with humans for millennia, serving various purposes such as religious ceremony, social bonding, and personal development. In my opinion, consciousness has to play a role in the development of ritual and the participation therein. However, what role would rituals serve in a bicameral mind, in a mind that experiences its own thoughts as external commands to be engaged? Right? The Iliad and the Odyssey is often mentioned in the context of the bicameral mind. In the Iliad and the Odyssey, characters do not come to their own conclusions or make their own decisions, but instead obey the commands of gods who tell the characters how to behave. The Iliad and the Odyssey also contain many rituals, including funeral rites for fallen soldiers and the sacrificing of animals to the gods, as a way to establish connection between humans and gods, the mortal and the divine. We also see that in the Odyssey. We have the ritual of Xenia, a sacred rule and a sacred ritual of hospitality, welcoming travelers with food, a bath, gifts, and safe departure. Necromancy, right, visiting the underworld, purification and cleansing, oaths and sacrifices. Telemachus prays before meals. So there are many examples of ceremonies in both the Iliad and the Odyssey, all of which are being done to establish a connection between humans and gods, the mortal and the divine. What makes that so interesting is that within the concept of the bicameral mind, the gods or the divine referenced within the Iliad or the Odyssey are not external beings, but are rather representations of internal thoughts and feelings of early humans who did not yet have the capacity for modern consciousness. The characters of the Iliad and the Odyssey and the ancient and early Greeks and these Bronze Age civilizations, when they heard their internal monologues, when they heard thoughts in their mind, their conscious thoughts, they did not understand them to be within themselves, but rather viewed them as the gods telling them what to do, right? If they had a thought related to wisdom, they viewed it as Athena giving them that thought. If they had a thought related to war, it was Ares, whatever it might be, right? And when they performed rituals to bridge the connection between themselves and the gods, really, based on the bicameral mind concept, they were actually simply establishing self-awareness. They were using ritual as a tool to form consciousness, right? If consciousness was, if ritual is necessary to establish consciousness, to form a connection between the two chambers of the mind that had the thoughts and the mind that received the thoughts, and form it into one fully conscious entity, then maybe today ritual is necessary not to form consciousness, but to strengthen consciousness. When Freemasons engage in ritual, is it possible that we are re-strengthening consciousness? Masonic ritual provides a structured framework for personal reflection and growth, allowing Freemasons to explore the deeper meaning of life and ourselves. True exploration is not external. True exploration is internal. True exploration is about exploring the ways in which our minds and ourselves can be better understood. If the bicameral mind theory is accurate, or even partially accurate, then it is likely that early humans developed rituals as a way to explore their own mind under the guise of communicating with gods. As humans developed and grew conscious, ritual remained an important tool by which humans could and did explore their own personal thoughts and values. Stonemasons may have adopted ritual as an efficient teaching method to explore with an apprentice the mysteries of nature and science, and teach that apprentice the skills necessary to excel in his craft. What is teaching and learning if not a kind of ritual, a regular activity involving repetition and structure that imparts a skill or feeling? Freemasonry may have adopted ritual on a subconscious level as an efficient teaching method, but for moral purposes. As early humans sought to make sense of both the external and internal world, ritual could have become a way of establishing order and self-awareness, and perhaps consciousness. As modern Freemasons, ritual remains a link to the early humans. As modern Freemasons, ritual remains a link both to the early humans, but as a way to continue exploring our internal selves and growing our consciousness, and hopefully making us better people, better citizens, and a pillar of stability in our world. Julian Jaynes, The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, notes, even the craftsmen commanded in their work by a craftsman god. Notice the term craftsman, notice the term craftsman, and notice the term craftsman god. His work discussed the way that ceremony and rituals were used to assist in the communication of bicameral chambers, that craftsmen themselves, stonemasons, when performing their work, earliest stonemasons may not have perceived the instructions they were receiving in their mind of how to do the work well as being part of themselves, but rather as being commandments from the craftsman god. And over time, forming rituals related to the craft, forming rituals related to stonemasonry, allowed these early human stonemasons to develop a conscious understanding of their work and how they were proceeding within it. When we as Freemasons are performing ritual, do we feel more connected to our inner selves, to our conscience? Or do we perform ritual in a more unconscious state? And what is that like? Westworld, in many ways, is about stories. The Odyssey could be considered one of the world's first stories. Consciousness can be considered a story the brain tells itself about the world in which we and it exists. What about in our day-to-day life? Do we have rituals we perform, and in what state do we perform them? Does ritual bring us closer to ourselves? Does ritual bring us closer to our brethren? So I think what I view this as is a lot of people, cheeky little 33, in some ways, yes. In some ways, that is the case, right? That's why very early on in the television show, The Westworld, but that's interesting, Yo Maple, because maybe the Odyssey, unwittingly, I don't know if Christopher Nolan knew about this theory, but maybe the Odyssey, like Christopher Nolan was taking a bicameral mind approach to it, right? Because in the same way, in Julian Jaynes' theory, the gods were not actual, like, real entities. They were not real creatures. Rather, they were part of our minds communicating with the other part of the mind, if that makes any sense, right? So maybe Christopher Nolan viewed gods in the same way, not as real separate entities, but as the part of the human mind that commanded and instructed and felt, whereas the other part received those commands and those thoughts and those feelings. So they weren't, I mean, they weren't hallucinations precisely. They were the internal monologues of early humans that did not have the capability to understand how to interpret them as being anything other than external commands or coming from the gods. And then over time, they developed rituals and ceremonies at first to better communicate with the gods, only to then realize they were just simply better communicating with themselves or better exploring their own minds and their own ideas. And then stonemasons, craftsmen, developed the same rituals and ceremonies to better communicate with the craftsman gods, which eventually became to better understand themselves, which eventually came to better understand ourselves and the world around us through Freemasonry, if that makes any sense. You should look at bicameralization of the mind, AI human cybernetic loops. Did he write that? Cheeky little 33? Yes, kindness and courtesy go hand in hand, and so does liking and subscribing. Did he write that? Cheeky, I never heard of that. Nolan kind of depicted it as an effective PTSD rather than anything deeper. He clearly was aiming for the bicameral perspective, but I don't feel... So what do you think of the bicameral perspective, Yo Maple? Do you are you a supporter of it? Do you think it makes sense? Are you not a fan of it? So is it your channel? By the way, Cheeky, are you a subscriber? If not, please subscribe. Well, I mean, Christopher Nolan has always been kind of a non-linear storyteller, right? So I think that makes sense in terms of how he would approach things, right? He's always been a non-linear storyteller. So in that sense, it makes sense that you kind of approach the Odyssey. Thank you for that, Cheeky Little. I appreciate that very much. So I think, I'm gonna watch the Odyssey. I'm very curious, personally. I do like Nolan, so I enjoyed, the Batman movies quite a bit. So we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll enjoy it, maybe I won't. This past 33 years is a great channel. I'll look into it. I've never seen anything on it before. Let me see. So then, Cheeky Little, what do you think of the bicameral mind theory? And do you think what I said about bicameral mind, the Odyssey, and Freemasonry makes sense? Oops, what'd I do? I did something, I just don't know what it was there. Where's the block party, Isaac? Well, yeah, I mean, if it's conspiracy stuff, then probably not. I'm not a big fan of that. I'll look at it. Sorry, am I glitching out still? Let me know if you guys can see me well, if I'm glitching out. What's your chant? Like, what do you think about the bicameral mind, how it relates to ritual and Freemasonry and the Odyssey? If anything I said made sense. Past 33 years. Well, if you send me an email, if you're in Windsor, maybe I'll come check it out. I don't know. So the past 33 years, cybernetics, meta language, and Ashby's law of requisite variety, lies, iron laws, oligarchy, and AI necromancy. There's also a 33 years apart. All right, let's give it a bit of time. Let's wait to see who joins. Please take a moment. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Any thoughts you guys have on Freemasonry? So today we talked first about International Moon Day, celebrating the anniversary of the Apollo landing on the moon, and the Masonic connections therein. Then we talked a little bit about my upcoming schedule, UNESCO World Heritage, and finally the bicameral mind theory. I'll be posting about a lot of this stuff on social media, so you can find it all there. And humans did use logical reasoning to discuss things like theology as well as bestow knowledge lessons within the mythos. So it seems apparent there was at least some acknowledgement on their part that some of the theology was not literal but metaphorical. I can see how rituals can be a form of cultural techniques to recreate the lost divine instructions. Yes, the moon landing was real. Well, I think, rituals do provide a lot of different values, I think, without question. For me personally, though, I've always gone with, primarily, at least from a Masonic perspective, right? The purpose of ritual is to provide, bonds of brotherhood, bonds of friendship through shared experiences and shared knowledge. That's why rituals are so important to Freemasonry. I think rituals can be a way to pass down knowledge from divine instruction, right? Depending on how you define divine instruction. But if you believe in, like, if you are of a certain culture and you want the teaching of your culture to be passed down generation to generation, then certainly ritual and story is one way to pass down that knowledge, I think, without question. But yes, Wasif, I believe the millennium was real. Native creation myths, for example, even their mythology is jam-packed with lessons and inherited knowledge. Verbal storytelling was how many traditions and cultures were handed down. Well, the Odyssey, right, was supposedly handed down by oral tradition for who knows for how long before it was finally written down. That absolutely is the case for very many stories throughout history. It's one of those things where it's just part of human experience early on, especially because also the material to create paper, clay tablets, it was sparse, it was scarce. You didn't always have quick access to it. You had to be very good at memorization and very good you had to be very good at memorization and very good at remembering and then be able to recreate and communicate what you remembered in order for society to function. Oh, for heaven's sakes. All right. Well, there we go. It happens, Daniel. It happens. If you're going to be on these streams, you're going to have to get used to people being immature You just kind of get used to it. I mean, that's the curse of being on YouTube, right? That's the curse of social media. You're kind of putting yourself out there, and part of putting yourself out there is, yeah, some people are gonna take advantage of it. Of course, there's always possibility that mythical creatures may have been initially allegorical. I mean, on both directions, right? Like, you know, it's possible that. Well, I mean, there's many. You know, it's kind of like when Christopher Nolan, I understand, at the start of the Odyssey says in a time of apparent magic. I mean, you go far enough back historically, the what you can imagine more and more kind of wondrous and stupendous things because we don't have any firsthand knowledge of it. It's hard for me to imagine mythical creatures existing outside of my front door because I'm outside my front door every day. 2, 3, 4,000 years ago, suddenly you have a lot more room to make a lot more imagination, have your imagination kind of run wild, and start to imagine these things as being literal. Though I tend to think, I personally, I've grown to like the idea of the bicameral mind. And I think it's something worth exploring, actually. Again, from a Masonic perspective. So, yeah, well, I think one of the biggest challenges with oral storytelling is um, it's the game of telephone, right? It's the game of telephone where it's so easy for just a couple things to be changed, a couple words to be modified. And in the process of modifying those words, you kind of you completely miss the initial meaning. Oh, sure. Well, childhood, because you have less experience in the world, you can imagine so much more, which is probably a good thing, right? Um, like in some ways, it's a shame we lose it, but when you're a kid, you feel like anything is possible because you have less experience of what is and isn't possible. And then as you get older, part of it is you have more experience, you start to have a better understanding of what can happen, what can't happen. You get a lot less elastic in what you believe versus not believe. You also get a lot more just ground down. So much of your life becomes you got to wake up, you got to do the thing, you got to do the other thing, right? You got to pay your bills. Um, Yeah, sure. I mean, language mistranslation is a huge thing, Yomei. But one of my, or not even mistranslation, just, do you translate literally? Do you translate figuratively? Like, one of my favorite quotes ever, or example of the challenge of translations, it was this book it was about translating Latin. I think it was an ancient text. But there's this phrase in German, if I recall correctly, and the literal translation of the German phrase is "when with wolves howl." Right? That's if you translated it word for word from the original language into English, it would be "when with wolves howl." However, um, if you're to translate the meaning of it, you would translate it as um, "when in Rome, do as the Romans." So it's one of those things where do you translate it literally? Do you translate it based on meaning? If you translate it based on meaning or based on literally based on the words, are you missing something in either case? And what are you missing and how do you decide? It's interesting to think, right? Cheeky, not every comment gets through. It depends what you're saying. YouTube will sometimes miss it, or I just might miss it. Rituals, prayers, meditation can also be a way to reactivate and bridging of the left right hemisphere, leading to people hearing the voices of God. Well, that goes back to the idea of the bicameral mind, right? So not every comment gets seen. It kind of is what it is. Didn't see the comment, Cheeky. You can try again, or if it's not working, you can just leave a comment on a video and I'll see it that way and try to respond in writing. We're just going to be hanging out. So now that we're done the topics, I'll just hang out for a bit, see what people want to talk about, want to chat about. Any thoughts you guys have on Freemasonry, let me know. I haven't had any lunch yet, so I'm hungry. Sorry to grab some lunch soon. But nonetheless, thank you all for joining me today. And we'll be back on tomorrow. So when you say how it all relates to Freemasonry, do you mean how these rituals and how the bicameral mind relates to Freemasonry? Because well, I mean, that's all true. But again, it's the reason why it's so important within a Masonic perspective is we in Freemasonry have rituals. People often ask the purpose of these rituals. Maybe one of the unintended consequences or purposes of them is it strengthens our consciousness and our understanding of consciousness, which could be really cool. Also, we know there's been ones we couldn't name and later found bones of. Well, I mean, I suppose anything's possible. I'm super hesitant of that idea, right? Like, because we know, for example, historically, the ancient Romans knew about dinosaurs, or more specifically, that they had found dinosaur bones. They just didn't know what they were. So is it possible that there are animals which we've yet to discover? I think it's very possible, but I suspect if we haven't discovered them, probably no humans ever discovered them. Before the Romans, I think the dinosaur bones were well known by a lot of different groups and by a lot of different people, right? I don't think it was just, I think a lot of ancient cultures had some idea of giant bones or something. They just didn't know what specifically. Well, I don't know what. Oh, are you using the names of the pillars? Which I don't, but I think that's allowed. Boaz and Jachin. I don't know. I mean, the the like the allegorical architecture of Solomon's temple and the pillars. I mean, you could argue, okay, there's two pillars, there's two bicameral minds. Like, there is that, right? So there's, right, the Boaz pillar, there's the Jachin pillar. You find that, I think it's in, I forget what part of the Bible it's in. What do you mean, like the idea of ascending the winding stairs to find God, or a symbol representing the Holy Spirit, is representative of humans discovering their consciousness? I mean, I'm sure you could. What I'd say, Cheeky, is try putting it in a comment, see what happens that way. Yeah, so for example, the Cyclops, right? Could it be, Yo Maple, that the Cyclops, that the ancient Greeks imagined a Cyclops, what they were really imagining was the giant bones of dinosaurs? Which is very possible. right? The architecture of deities. In early societies, grand structures like the first temple functioned physically housed the hallucinatory authority of gods. The Ark of the Covenant was placed in the innermost sanctum, the Holy of Holies, which served as a physical locus to channel the commands of Yahweh. The temple acted as a massive resonator for the divine voices that bicameral peoples literally heard to guide the governance and social actions. James argues that as human societies expanded and faced immense stress, such as during the Bronze Age collapse, these divine hallucinations began to fail. This breakdown forced humans to replace external auditory commands with internal self-reflective reasoning. The Bible's transition from direct, constant divine communication in earlier eras to more questioning, wisdom-based literature surrounding King Solomon marks this evolutionary shift. King Solomon's famous quest for wisdom and his massive architectural undertakings reflect the human struggle to adapt to the breakdown of bicamerality. Without the direct voice of God automatically dictating every action, leaders relied heavily on building temples, writing laws, and consulting oracles to maintain social control. I mean, it does make sense to me that you can see within not just the Odyssey or the Iliad, but even the Bible, the breaking down of the bicameral mind, because historically, or I guess chronologically in the Bible, I feel like early on in the first few chapters, you see God directing mankind, certainly with Adam and Eve, what to do and what not to do. But over time, you start to see more of a self-reflective and internal reasoning, and perhaps King Solomon's building of King Solomon's temple was a way to replace that voice of God. Truly, truly, I say to you, whoever hears my word and believes him who sent me has eternal life. Hello, Mr. Worm. Elephant skulls. Yeah, especially Yo Maple. I'd imagine the ancient mastodons, which, I mean, were what? I think they went extinct 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. The Royal Arch, subjective consciousness, the keystone. Well, is the keystone us or is the keystone the supreme being, right? Or is the supreme being us, again, under the bicameral theory? Like when you look at the shift in the Bible verses that go from a pure bicameral stage to a conscious stage, right? The pure bicameral stage equals auditory commands. In early biblical narratives, characters do not deliberate or argue with themselves. They hear an external voice and immediately obey. Genesis 12:1-4. The Lord had said to Abram, "Go from your country." So Abram went as the Lord had told him. Samuel 3, chapters 4-10, or chapter 3, verses 4-10. The Lord called Samuel, and Samuel answered, "Here I am." And he ran to Eli and said, "Here I am, you called me." But Eli said, "I did not call. Go back and lie down." Then there's the transitional stage. As the bicameral mind began to break down, the external voice became less thunderous and harder to hear, requiring closer attention or specialized interpretation. And after the fire came a gentle whisper. That is 1 Kings chapter 19, verse 11-12. And Psalm 44:23-24. Awake, Lord, why do you sleep? Rouse yourself. Do not reject us forever. Why do you hide your face and forget our misery and oppression? This illustrates the panic of the transition. The physical hallucinations have ceased, leaving humans feeling abandoned and forced to cry out to a silent link. And then the final stage was the conscious stage, internal wisdom and doubt. Ecclesiastes, I said to myself, look, I have increased in wisdom more than anyone who has ruled over Jerusalem before me. Proverbs, Trust the Lord with all your heart and lean not unto your own understandings. This verse explicitly acknowledges that humans now have their own understandings, an internal space for generating thoughts and choices, and warn them how to temper this new conscious autonomy with religious tradition. Yes, very recently. Maybe we will one day. I mean, I've heard they're trying that. I don't know how I automatically feel about it. It seems to me a risk to bring back extinct species. There's been a whole set of movies about this very thing, in fairness. But then again, I mean, who's to say? Who knows for sure, right? By the way, please, if you're joining us, take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. We are one subscriber away from 4,430 subs. So let's see if we can get there. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. And thank you for hanging out with me. As always, it is much obliged. No, soccer did not come from the Freemasons. Although the last time England won a World Cup, the coach was a Freemason. Interesting side note. And the Football Club of England initially was meeting in a pub called the Freemasons' Arms, if I recall correctly. Just grabbing some food. Hello, T-Bone. Well, the birth of scientific method, right, which came from Minotaur. Oof, how do I get to Switzerland? Where in Switzerland would I fly to? I mean, I won't be able to because I've got to, thank you for the coin. I've got to be in, I've got some wrestling to do, but nonetheless. Zurich. Oh, here it is. Zurich. Actually, it's non-stop, 8 hours. That's not terrible. Right? That's not terrible at all. And it's 1,192, which is honestly not the worst, but this is in August. Not as bad as I thought it would be. I appreciate it, but nonetheless, I won't be able to do it on the 25th, but thank you so much for the invitation. That is incredibly kind of you. I appreciate it. I mean, you guys are still meeting during the summer, right? You guys don't you guys don't go dark like we do here in Canada? I've got those gift stickers. Well, thank you for the gift. It's still very kind. It helps out big time, and I'm truly grateful. My channel is about Freemasonry, promoting the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located, talking about stories of Masonic interest, and turning my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. Just for min and barbecue. We'll always go dark in June. Is there a Thessa? I don't know. That sounds familiar, Saint Dog. By the way, I think you're new to the stream. Please hit like and subscribe. I would be much obliged. I don't know. I don't want to spell that because I don't know what that means. Freemasons, we eat plenty fine. We eat lots of, we have our junior wardens who help us out. So, can you hit the like and subscribe button is the better question. Minotaur, I've had haggis, tatties, and neeps when I visited Scotland, and it was wonderful. Um, it was absolutely delicious. It was like a very hearty meatloaf. So it's a very fond memory I have of traveling to Scotland. I had the haggis, tatters, and neeps in in a bar in Scotland, and it was in Edinburgh, in a pub, I guess I should call it, and it was very, very good. To access, yes, please take a moment. Join my Patreon, even for free. Join my Medium, also for free. Follow me on Instagram, also for free. That would all be, or do it at a financial amount. That would be very helpful as well. I would truly, truly appreciate it, and I would be grateful. Thank you all for being here as always. I hope you enjoyed the discussion today. I hope you found the discussion on bicameral mind and Freemasonry interesting. I guess what I'd say is, from a practical standpoint, if you are a Freemason and when you are performing Masonic ritual, or even when you are watching Masonic ritual, try to think as much as possible about how maybe this ritual can help you better understand yourself or have a better relationship with yourself and with your own internal thoughts and your own internal mind. I think that's just so incredibly important. Is that what you're having for your lodge barbecue? Is that what you had today, Minotaur? No, no satanic rituals. Freemasons don't engage in any satanic rituals. I don't think you're Andrew LeMay, but welcome nonetheless. Please hit like and subscribe. Freemasons on a religion. We don't have any satanic rituals. I never met a satanic Mason. Some Freemasons are Jewish. Some are Muslim. Some are Hindu. Some are Sikh. Some are, whatever. Some are Indigenous, First Nations, whatever it might be. Well, if I recall correctly, I could be wrong, but Andrew LeMay is the chief priest of the Satanic Church. Maybe I'm getting that wrong. Or is that somebody I'm different than who I'm thinking of? Usually served for harmony. Oh, Anton LeMay. Okay, then I got it wrong. So maybe you are Andrew LeMay. Very sorry about that. I got the names mixed up. I think it's because you said satanic. And so I got Anton LeMay and Andrew LeMay mixed up. I apologize. So you might be Andrew LeMay. Please hit like and subscribe. Some Freemasons are Jewish, but I would say the majority are just Christian as a general rule. At least the majority I've met. Some are like me and have no particular religious faith, but believe in a supreme being. No, Jewish people did not start Freemasonry. Freemasonry was started by stone masons and stone Masonic guilds in the Middle Ages, in the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, with the first speculative masons being Scottish noblemen from 1634. I definitely don't think you are Puff Daddy slash Sean Combs. So no, Jewish people did not start Freemasonry. They're welcome to be Freemasons, and I'm grateful, but I'm no more or less grateful that they are, my brothers than say my Christian brothers or my Muslim brothers. I mean, I'm not an Israeli people. I'm not from Israel. I'm not, I'm a member of a lodge there, but I've known people who were from Israel or who lived in Israel. They recognize the world is full of all sorts of people. Yes, I mean, I need to get my coffee maker fixed, believe me, because I could use more coffee. If you guys want to help me out with that, do a super chat. Um, Tim Miller, this stream is about Freemasonry. So any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, let me know. The purpose is to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities which it's located, share stories of Masonic interest, and talk about turn my passion for Freemasonry into profession. So apparently it's going around. I mean, I don't believe it's a virus, just for the record. I'm not suggesting that our coffee machines are conspiring to all go bad at the same time, but maybe they are. No, I mean, who are they, Andrew Lim? Now we're getting to the anti-Semitism pretty hard. I have no idea who they are, but if you're saying the Jewish people sank the Federal Reserve, that's insane. And I think you might be an insane person. Um, and I do not know who 67,000 people are who died in 3 years. Um, Tim Miller, I do not. I've been a Mason for 20 years. I have not seen anything that would indicate that Freemasons are quote unquote running the world or countries behind the scene. That's just baloney, right? That is just baloney. How can you sink the I mean, the iceberg sank the Titanic. I am not a priest. I'm not religious, right? Freemasonry is not a religion. So you need to keep that in mind. We don't have priests. We have chaplains, but they're no different than the padre in, say, a jail or a secular location. They're not. They're not there to promote a particular religious belief. They're simply there to act as a liaison between individual Masons and whatever it is they may believe as best they can. Well, I do want. I've never been to New Orleans, but I want to go there because I'm sure it's incredible. Um, and I'd love to check out the Freemasons there. It'd be really fun. Is there There are many Masonic libraries, Chester Fortune. I've written about them in the past. There's a great one in England, Philadelphia. I think St. Louis has one. There is no single Masonic library, though, because Freemasonry. There were no dancing Israelis on 9/11. Um, XP, I mean, I'm not a religious expert. We're getting a lot of anti-Semitism rocking out this stream right now. Who is Rachel Corey? Look it up. Can I sponsor you? Probably not. You need to live in Windsor. Or you need to be joining a lodge, which I'm a member of, more specifically. You can't sponsor people if they're joining lodges away from you, right? Um, I mean, it's possible that there are Israeli people who, after 9/11, were arrested, but I suspect there were a lot of people from a lot of different countries who were arrested at the time for a variety of different reasons. Rachel Corrie was an American nonviolence activist and diarist. She was killed by an Israeli driving an armored. This is going to Wikipedia. Um, while protesting the demolitions, she was killed by an Israeli driving an armored bulldozer that crushed her. So that's incredibly sad. That's not a reflection on, certainly that's not a reflection on all Jewish people, nor is that a reflection on all Israeli people. Right? The idea that you can take something like that and then say all Jewish people are responsible is absolutely insane. And look, I'm Canadian. I love Canada. Canada is the greatest country in the world. But Canada has done a lot of not so good things when it comes to, for example, its treatment of its First Nations. That doesn't make me any less grateful to be a Canadian, while also at the same time I recognize that hopefully I have a responsibility to try and not make amends for per se, but create a better future for everybody in Canada, including those of First Nations descent. Right, this black cube of Saturn, I don't think it has anything to do with Judaism. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a Jewish expert. I think it has something to do with people accuse it of being the Star of David and therefore Saturn, but I don't get how it is. I'm wondering how we could well, I mean, that I'm the worst person to ask that question to. Friendly guy. I wonder how we could face God and pretend like nothing happened in Palestine. I'm feeling very ashamed. That's a different question you should ask to your priest. Because first of all, I don't know to which God you plan to be seeing. And I mean, that's a religious question. Freemasonry is not a religious enterprise. So it's not something I can speak to. I don't know. I guess that's a question ultimately that you have to decide for yourself and you have to figure out. But that's true for everything in life. I mean, how do you walk by a homeless person every day who is maybe very well be starving to death? If not that, may very well be facing all sorts of financial, sleeps in the cold ground, is sick, whatever it is, and not provide him a few bucks, not help him out, right? How do we, every day, there's famines happening all around the world. I mean, we do what we can, and we figure out the best way to, we live with ourselves after that. Really, what more can we do than that, right? It's kind of just our nature. Doesn't that, I don't think we're in hell. I don't know. I'm just think we're here, and I'm grateful to be here. We're not there either. We're just on Earth. Again, if you are, religious in nature, then again, you should be discussing these questions with your religious leadership, not with me, because again, Freemasonry is not a religion. Just think one moment your children is dying in front of you. I mean, friendly. Yeah, I have no idea what, I keep hearing about it. I mean, the idea of a cubic stone, like you do hear it in different text and symbols. Right? Like the cubic stone is the perfect ashlar, is another term for that. Well, that's why, Chester, you need to be really careful when you're talking about Freemasonry, because you think about it. That'd be a very easy mistake for people to make, right? To say what is like, you to say like Henry Moore was a Freemason, or to get it mixed up, right? You have to be really careful and really precise when speaking about Freemasonry. Well, XP, I can try to give you some answers based on my experiences. What are some questions you have? Positive, negative, or neutral? Let me know. You do not. There is no Bilderberg group within Freemasonry. Very sorry to disappoint. I'm more in the field of theology. Okay, what type of theology? I mean, it's not very, it is a club. It's not a very secret club because here I am talking about it. So how secret could it be? It does have private rituals and ceremonies, but the reason we maintain the privacy of those ceremonies is to maintain the bonds of brotherhood between past, present, and future generations of Freemasons. What if Freemasonry's peak? I mean, I guess what I'd say is 20 years of being a Freemason tells me it is not Saturn black cube worship of any sort, peak or otherwise. So I guess I'd say I just don't understand to what you're referring. No worries, XP. Please, XP, hit the like and subscribe button. Andrew, now I think you're saying 9/11 was an inside job, which it was not. I have no idea, but coincidences do happen. That's assuming what you're saying is legit. I would highly question it myself. So what about squaring the circle? I mean, squaring the circle is, that could refer to the rough ashlar, turning into the perfect ashlar. It could also refer to the geometric principle of trying to find an equivalent area of a circle and a square. How would, and well, I mean, and plus squaring a circle is sometimes a reference to just making things more perfect, right? Oh, feature. You think I'm going to fall for that? I've been doing this for a couple years now. I'm not going to fall for that nonsense that quickly. All right, let's put this guy in a... Well, Mick 5716, there you go. So XP, yes, women can be Freemasons. We have the International Order of Women Freemasons, which is primarily in England, but it does exist throughout North America. There's also Eastern Star, which is a Masonic order for women and men. And so, yeah, and there's also Rainbow, which is for young women. So women are a very active part of Freemasonry, absolutely. I mean, I've never met any Mason who claims he communicates with the devil. If I did, I would be very concerned about that. Because I would think he was probably more likely crazy. Yes, but I forget how to do that, Yo Maple. Freemasonry, a lot of people ask, what does Freemasonry stand for? There's a couple different answers. Sometimes they'll say it stands for the belief that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. But ultimately, I think what it stands for, and I genuinely believe this, is Freemasonry stands for the belief that it's worth spending time with other people. It's human nature to want to spend time with other people, even if you don't like people. And Freemasonry provides an outlet to do that, no different than many other clubs and groups. How to not to be anxiety? I think you mean how not to have anxiety. Logan, ultimately the way you don't have anxiety is by finding a group of people that you enjoy spending time with. Well, there's a lot of different reasons. Some of it was hoaxes in the mid 18th and 19th century that people fell for. Part of it is people struggling in their lives. And if they are struggling with their lives, a very confident, comfortable thing to which they can retreat into ultimately is conspiracy theories. So I know who'll receive my kidney if it happens. Tomorrow I need to go and get another round of testing. And I'm going to get the last set and last round of testing on a Friday. And then I should be finished, I hope. And I really want to be finished. Like, I don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to be going through this, but I would very much like the testing phase to be over and to know if I'm qualified. You should, if you're within the standard deviation, Milky Way. Well, I'm glad you find it intriguing. Please hit like and subscribe. They're not harvesting my organs. I'm giving them an organ if they want to take it. And I assure you, if they were interested in harvesting my organs, they would be a lot more forceful than they are. They are proceeding with an abundance of caution at this point. Milky Way, I have no idea if that's a lot or a little. I don't know if that's a good IQ or a bad IQ. We use squares in our rituals, but they're not magic, unless by magical you mean metaphorically speaking, then sure. Freemasons very often, we have symbols. Those symbols mean a great deal to us. Those symbols are important. They're not literally magical as in breaking the laws of, breaking the laws of nature, but they can feel magical. Thank you again for the star, Udat. Well, I mean, Masonry is not tied to religion. We have Masons of all different faiths and backgrounds. Pursuant to the Anderson Constitution, what would be said is Freemasons ultimately are to be of that one universal religion, which is to be good men and honorable, and leave our peculiar distinctions to ourselves. Meaning, you can be a Christian and be a Freemason, you can be a Muslim and be a Freemason, you can be Jewish and be a Freemason. What you must be, though, is someone who believes in a supreme being and is good and honorable. And that's as far as it goes. We'll leave your particular religious understandings to you and to yourself. I'm glad you're enjoying it, XP, and I'm grateful. And like I said, if you can help me out by super chat, like, comment, subscribe, believe me, that stuff helps out big time. I have not heard of these tunnels in New York, but I mean, I'm sure a lot of homeless people live in tunnels in New York, especially, when you need shelter from the elements. That's probably the best you can do. Well, I mean, we've had people on this chat talking about they used to work in tunnels underground, and there were people who would camp out there to get away from, it's a safe place to sleep overnight. So it doesn't shock me. There's no such thing as Jewish tunnels, cheeky, come on. And I don't think they were I feel like you're implying that these people were keeping in the tunnels as some part of experiments from the government or something, which no, is not the case. What am I looking up? People coming out of tunnels in New York. So sewer explorers, groups of people were caught on camera climbing out of manholes at night in Brooklyn and Queens. Police believe they are urban explorers and treasure hunters searching for valuables. Synagogue tunnels. Police arrested 12 people after discovery of an unauthorized tunnel dug by students beneath the Chabad Lubavitch World Headquarters. And then dozens of young girls on a school trip wandered into a massive stormwater tunnel in Rockland County and walked half a mile before safely exiting through a restaurant's patio drain. So I would believe there are urban explorers, exploring sewers. I don't think they're mole people. No evidence of blood stained anybody. Um, so, no, I doubt it. Plus, why would they be in New York, in the most populated city in the world? Would they not be emerging from more isolated areas if you're smart? I would question that video, and I'd question whether it's blood on the video. Um, I've seen enough, doctored videos to highly question that. But then they're not doing a very good job of hiding if they're all just emerging all at once. Daniel, you get used to it. Unfortunately, Jewish people very often. I mean, part of it though is it's my stream, and a lot of conspiracy theories talk about and knock. A lot of conspiracy theories tie Freemasonry to Judaism and Jewish people, which is really unfortunate. Because it's like a double whammy. Not only are we dealing with conspiracy theories about Freemasons, but now Jewish people are also getting kind of caught in the crossfire, which is unfortunate. Well, I mean, I guess what I'd say is two things. First, that doesn't concern me very much because I'm not religious, so I'm not worried about bringing forth the Messiah. I don't think it's possible. So it doesn't concern me if that's what they're doing. I highly question whether he is a good representation of the Jewish faith or simply a crank. All religions have them, including Judaism, I'm sure. But also within that context, do we know for sure that he was actually doing it, and not just doctored? Again, it's having someone who's seen enough conspiracy theories throughout the years, and enough doctored videos, and enough all the rest of it. Well, I guess what I'd say is I don't think they can force a Messiah to come because they're not religious in that sense. I believe in a supreme being. I don't believe in that a Messiah will be coming back. And I certainly don't think you can force the Messiah to come back. Come on. Just trying to get my camera set up here because I need to get it back on the charging port. Stay. There we go. Some Jews are some of the most supremacist and some Christians, some Muslims, some non-religious people. Unfortunately, one thing I've discovered historically is almost always you will find at some point with any faith group some group that are just not good people. It's not unique to any one particular religious group. So, they can, if they want to try to bring back their Messiah, I guess so long as they're not hurting anybody. The fact that there's a dead body makes me question. So long as, was it a funeral service? If they hurt somebody, then obviously they should go to jail. Well, Daniel, it's early in the day, so maybe cut back a little bit. I don't know much about the Epstein files, Belcher. What I do know about them is I did my previous podcast on them. Epstein was not a Freemason. Let's just keep that in mind. Nor was Ghislaine Maxwell, nor does Freemasonry have anything to do with the Epstein files. I've not found that mad. I visited America a lot, and I actually have some really good friends in America who are Muslim. I'm not seeing any evidence of this hatefulness of which you speak. I think throughout various times in history, Muslims have been the most hated in America, but I don't think they've ever been the most hateful by any stretch. I don't think any group can be said to be the most hateful. It's just individuals. I've never experienced any hate from any Muslims, and I'm not Muslim. Whose history books? I don't think that's I mean, I remember school. I don't think Jazane Maxwell was publishing our history books, or her father was publishing my school's history books. I definitely think very often Pastor Sempa, um, the desire to create divisions and attack foreigners can be something that politicians and other folks plant within our minds in order to, I don't know what the word would be, in order to divide us and distract us from some of the troublesome things they might be up to. Robert Maxwell built his media. Okay, so maybe it wouldn't shock me. I don't know what Pergamum Press is, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise. I know that she was fairly rich, I believe, so it wouldn't shock me if her father was a publisher. It could have been part of anything. What are my thoughts on this Jesus fella? So I'm not a Christian myself. My supreme being is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through science and expressed through geometry. I think Jesus probably existed, but I'm not one who believes in the supernatural elements. Um, and I don't know he existed. I do think there's some debate about that. There's not as much evidence for his existence as I think you'd like, but I think on a balance of probabilities, it's more than likely he existed. Thank God you're normal. I don't know if I'm always normal. I try to be. I don't always succeed. Um, I don't think he was that, EJ. That's a weird thing. 8 beers is a lot. Maybe think about cutting back a little bit. I mean, I will say, I don't know. I mean, to my understanding, it was the Balfour Declaration and then the UN General Assembly resolution that founded the country of Israel. So, I'm not sure what that means. There was one famous Rothschild who was a Freemason, the Nathan. To my knowledge, he was the exclusive one in the family that was a Rothschild, that was a Freemason. That's true, although 4 to 5 times a week, 8 beers a day is a lot. I will say that. Well, the Balfour Declaration wasn't the ultimate founding of it, right? It was the United Nations General Assembly of, I think it was in 49, but I could be mistaken. I could be getting that date wrong. I ain't here to convert. I mean, everybody can decide for themselves, right? The thing I love about Freemasonry, genuinely love about Freemasonry, is the fact that it welcomes people of all different faiths, backgrounds, and beliefs and demonstrates to them that it is actually, and to the world at large, that it is absolutely possible for people of different faiths, backgrounds, and beliefs to actually all work together without kind of this idea that religion does not have to separate people, it doesn't have to divide people, nor does politics, nor does age, nor does race, nor does etc., etc., etc. Look up I mean, sometimes coincidences just happen, but all right. When did, plus, if there was a conspiracy, why would they make it so obvious? So the RMS Titanic sank April 15th, 1912. World War I began July 28th, 1914. The Federal Reserve was created December 23rd, 1913. What would be, I don't know what those mean or why those dates are important. I mean, yeah, sometimes things happen in sometimes very important things happen in relatively close proximity to one another, at least time-wise. Maybe he didn't get on the Titanic because he had something else to do. I don't think we need to turn everything into some big conspiracy. I find that highly doubtful, Andrew. I find that highly doubtful. I'm traumatized. I don't know what that is, Terrence. And please take a moment, hit like and subscribe. Sorry, I don't buy it. It's nothing but circumstantial evidence. If you were in a court of law, none of what you're saying would be definitive evidence to convict somebody of anything. Nor would it probably get you even a civil judgment, to be perfectly frank. Just like Larry Silverstein on 9/11. See, the problem, XP, with connecting the dots is usually people connect them the way they want to connect them or the way they think that it, makes them feel smarter than other people. It's really dangerous. And I've known enough people who've connected these dots in all sorts of ways and ends up leading a very bad life for them. So I'd be very hesitant. I don't believe in connecting dots. I think the safest, healthiest, and smartest way to live your life is whenever you have an assertion or a claim, imagine you're in a court of law and trying to explain it to a judge. And imagine that as part of that, you need to apply the rules of evidence to the same. So if, for example, you say there are tunnel people escaping from New York, you need to be able to explain, okay, what are the pictures that I've seen? Where are the pictures from? Who took them? Has there been any communication or knowledge, quotes, directly with the tunnel people, et cetera, right? If you can't do that, then you shouldn't make the assumption because all you're doing is training your brain to form assumptions without proper evidence and without decent evidence. And that will almost always lead you to making bad decisions in your day-to-day life, which I've seen very often as well. Once you're a conspiracy theorist, you tend to fall for scams very easily because the same type of thinking that leads you to believe nonsense or connect dots leads you to, amongst other things, fall for all sorts of scams. It's just human nature. The Freemason, I don't know there was a Freemason mail clerk on the Titanic. I will have to look into that. That's really cool. Revanth Chowdhury, please take a moment and like and subscribe. Well, first of all, you could argue that a supreme conspiracy theorist is falling for scams, but I would say I've known people who would say they've never fallen for a scam in their life and are currently being scammed. They just don't see it, right? I'm not saying that that's the case for you. I'm saying the type of thinking that leads people to connect the dots without, evidence that would hold up in a court of law very often is the same type of evidence that leads people to fall for scams. Because scam artists, one of the ways that they get people is with this idea of, I can't prove this to be true, but I'll leave enough breadcrumbs for you and you'll just connect the dots yourself. And that way, when I take all your money and run away, I can always respond by saying, I never told you I'd make you rich. You know, you just left a lot of breadcrumbs. Illuminati doesn't exist anymore. Andrew, it hasn't existed for, I don't even know how long, for at least 100 years, if not longer. So they do not want your mind and soul. And I have no interest, and nor does anybody in Freemasonry have an interest in keeping an eye on you. Why did NORAD struggle to? Well, I mean, I don't know why, but the point is, I don't know. Cheeky. I don't know how NORAD works. I don't know how they go about intercepting airplanes. I don't know what the protocols are to do any of that stuff. I don't know what would be fast versus what would be slow. I've not studied those things. I've studied Freemasonry, right? And my suspicion is you don't know either, Andrew, right? I suspect you're not an expert in NORAD by any means. Right? Why did Building 7, I don't know what Building 7 is, but I'm assuming there were shock waves from 2 massive towers falling down that probably impacted a lot of other towers and a lot of other buildings. I do not believe in adrenochrome. That is true. I'm sure you do. Like, the thing is, too, Andrew LeMay, at this point, you're kind of boring in the sense that I could probably tell you everything you believe without knowing you, right? And that's also a sign that, like, you're probably not you're probably not actually the free thinker you think you are, right? I'm guessing you believe vaccines aren't real, COVID was baloney, 9/11 was an inside job, Israel controls government, space lasers, people are spying on you. I mean, my suspicion is I could probably gauge pretty accurately the things that you believe in, which is usually problematic because it means you're not actually able to think independently. You simply take whatever the conventional narrative is and just believe the opposite. I do not know what that interview is, but I don't believe adrenochrome exists. Or at least I don't believe there's any substance that elites are harvesting children for. Whether or not, I think there was a film called Adrenochrome as well. Right? So I'm not saying adrenochrome doesn't exist. I'm saying I don't believe that it's some type of substance that's being harvested in children, by the elites. And absolutely exists. Yeah, I should have said I don't believe it exists, again, in the sense that, because I've known people who have these conspiracy theories and believe that elite groups of not QAnon people, but elite groups are like stealing children to harvest adrenochrome from them. I don't believe that is true. The actual chemical compound, I don't know what it is. It could exist for all I know, but I don't believe it's being harvested in children. Because that's what they are, XP. Is it possible that that children are being harvested for adrenochrome? Sure, it's possible in the same way that there could be invisible leprechauns in my apartment, right? It's always the case that I could be wrong, just like it's always the case that you could be wrong. All I can do is rely on my common sense and my judgment and 42 years of observation and experience. And in the same way, I'm confident there are no invisible leprechauns in my room. I'm also confident that Hillary Clinton or the elites are not out here harvesting adrenochrome from children. Um, Chester, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm no fan of Andrew Tate myself. I've said this before. I think that the prominence and the growth of Andrew Tate actually really should be viewed as a mark against Freemasonry, in that it was our declining relevance in the world and our declining relevance in the lives of young men that encouraged, that allowed a space for someone like Andrew Tate to take over and kind of spew his nonsense. Because, I mean, sometimes what he said was correct, but mostly what he said was baloney. And the stuff he said was correct, he'd always then followed up by something that was bullshit. But again, if you're a young man, if you're even an older man, and you're searching for purpose and looking for purpose, and you have a hard time finding it, you know, in the 50s, you could look at going into Freemasonry. In 2026, you turn on your iPhone and you watch Andrew Tate, which is a scary thing, I think. Or Candace Owens, or Tucker Carlson, or whatever it might be. Artificially manufactured adrenaline. Well, it does. I think that's what an EpiPen is, if I'm not mistaken. But again, you don't need to, I think Yo Maple, right? What I'm saying to the Andrew and the stuff is you don't need to steal children to create it via these QAnon conspiracy theories. Andrew, the King of the UK, I highly doubt that. Some could be. I mean, I don't know how far back even Vlad the Impaler goes. I know he was the basis of Dracula. So it's possible there was intermixing. He was a king. It's very common for different royal lineages to intermarry. Yeah, it doesn't shock me. So the idea, but I guess my point would be, if they, even if they were all, you know, even if they were all descendants of Vlad the Impaler, what difference does that make? Are you suggesting that Vlad's philosophy made their way into their ruling views? Especially also keeping in mind the royal family of England does not really have a lot of power in England when it comes to, I mean, they are ceremonial, they are head of state, they're not head of government. They're not passing laws or enforcing or going to war or things of that nature. Maybe it's the other way around. But this idea, again, adrenochrome, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's not being harvested in children by the elites. I'm not one who believes in the ruling class as much as everybody else does. I think the ruling class very often gives people an excuse to not take responsibility for their own lives, because they can blame it on a ruling class and say, it's the ruling class's fault. I'm not as successful as I want to be, or I'm not as successful as I should be, or whatever it might be, you know? I think that's the bigger problem. Pastor Sempa, in what ways is stone? I mean, I've said it a million times. The Stone Age is incredibly important for Freemasonry, because it was in the Stone Age that humans basically were able to harness the attributes of stone to help us in our evolution. XP, if you think it's insane, it must be insane. If you think it's insane, it must be insane. Look at the giant things carved. You mean like on Easter Island? I mean, the history of humanity is the history of stone, as much as anything else, right? It was stone that allowed us to create tools, which allowed us to improve our diet, to get more protein, which kind of kickstarted our evolution. It was also stone that allowed us to create permanent structures for agriculture, permanent storage of food, permanent places of worship, permanent symbols of our faith. It allowed us to advance our understanding of archaeology, of architecture, of geometry. So stone has always been incredibly important for human human advancement, human development. Gumba, I mean, there can be power in fasting. You just need to be really, really careful. Um, I would say if you are going to be fasting, you should talk to a doctor first. Um, because it can be very dangerous. So, Lush is a concept from writer Robert Monroe. It describes the type of psychic energy generated by humans when they experience intense emotion. The idea suggests unseen forces or higher dimensional beings harvest this energy to feed on it. Well, that obviously sounds like bullshit. Um, I'm sure there's different ways to create very intense emotions. The idea that that emotion can be fed off, at least in a literal sense, is baloney. Maybe metaphorically, there are certainly people who, especially if you're a psychopath, you maybe enjoy or like the idea of creating intense emotions in others, whether it be fear or excitement or whatever. There are certainly people like that, but they're not physically going to be feeding off of it. And also, there's no such thing as higher dimensional beings. That's also a lot of baloney. That's true, Yo Maple, but I do think, I mean, yeah, so we're not literally in the Stone Age, obviously. I will say this, though. I do think, again, because stone is so important to our advancement, you could always argue that we are in a type of Stone Age all the time. If that makes any sense. Well, what has chat proved me wrong about so far? I mean, I don't like any conspiracies because all they do is they just harm people, right? It leads you to a way of thinking that does not solve problems and is more likely to create a harmful life for yourself, right? It's no Jewish tunnels. There was a Jewish tunnel, I guess, in New York from a synagogue. That's one tunnel. That's not Jewish tunnels. And as for the people emerging from manhole covers, I think urban explorers is the most obvious and likely explanation. But I'd want to actually speak with them directly or hear what they have to say before I make assumptions about why they were down there. Um, don't be trolling the trolls. And plus, as a Freemason, as someone who knows the harm that conspiracy theories can do, both to the people who believe them and the people who act on them, they're nothing to mess around with. Hello from Iowa. Hello, exploding bombshell. I hope you're doing well. Please hit that like button. I really want to visit Iowa. I think it'd be really fun to visit some Masonic brothers there, to be honest. I think it'd be really cool. Well, let's not have anybody screaming. I mean, low-key trolling is part of what you have to accept being on YouTube. Not a big fan of trolling as a general rule, but there's limits. There's levels to all these things, right? Hello. I mean, I don't know what that means, Goomba, but there are Jewish people all over the world as their, you know, so there you go. The Stonecutters. Well, Stonecutters from The Simpsons, one of the best episodes of The Simpsons by far. No, you don't. I think you're talking about the pineal gland, which you cannot use to make a sauce. And nobody's adrenochrome maxing. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it doesn't exist in the sense that conspiracy theories use it as being like harvested. Freemasons do not run the country. Like, to my knowledge, Donald Trump is not a Freemason, nor is anybody in his cabinet. At least not to my knowledge. Well, then exploring, I will avoid it until I will avoid Iowa until there's no more tornado warnings. I hope if you're watching this, you'll hit like and you'll hit subscribe. See, Andrew, you say that, but my suspicion is you are indoctrinated. You're just indoctrinated from the other side of the coin, right? Which is the same difference. Reflexive belief in everything and reflexive belief in nothing are both indoctrinations, just of different types. Thank you, Exploding Bombshell. I'm grateful. Pastor Sempa, one of my favorite quotes about medicine or sickness is from Aeschylus, I think the name was, a 2,000-year-old doctor in Greece. He said, medicine consists of amusing the patient while nature cures the sickness. I think there's some truth to that, even now. Having said that, if I had to choose a time to live and get sick, I would choose today and this time over any other time and any other place. MRI machines, medicine, doctors, house calls, or doctors that you can go and see them with office hours, and if you can't, there's emergency rooms. Like, I'm looking at donating my kidney. I've talked about the kidney donation process and all the tests that I go through. And I can assure you, the tests they have and the technology they have to do these tests are absolutely incredible and amazing. Nobody's on any of that stuff. At least not harvested from children. I'm young. I'm 32 looking 15. Wow, Daniel. You must be leading a very... If you are 32 looking 15, you must have a very good skincare routine. We talk about Freemasonry. We talk about the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located, share stories of Masonic interest, and talk about, try to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. And then in some case, we end up talking about adrenochrome, but I try to avoid that. I'm a year younger than Yoda. Well, that is awesome. I never got into Star Wars, so unless you're talking about another Yoda, I don't know. I cannot help with anything. Grind, thank you for that. If you want to help me out with that, I appreciate you calling me an inspiration. Consider a super chat, join my Patreon, all that good jazz. Stephanie, unfortunately, if you're going to be on stream, sometimes you're going to deal with some, shall we say, interesting or challenging topics. It just kind of is what it is. My Patreon is, so if you sign up at different levels, you get different gifts, including a scale model Windsor Masonic Temple at the highest level, or a coin, or a special piece of correspondence, a commemorative postcard. You also get, exclusive posts, exclusive polls. I will, if a Patreon member suggests a topic, I tend to give that. I tend to pick that topic first if I can. I just put down my Patreon in the chat. I'm going to put down again, grind. Patreon.com/square and compass. Or you can join for free. I am not King Solomon, but I do represent King Solomon. I am the worshipful master of my lodge. Border Cities Lodge number 554. Well, Exploding, thank you for being here. Yes. Grind. If you were to become a Patreon at the $15 mark, I will ship a coin to you. Let's see if I can find one. I think I have one here to show you what it looks like. There's no spankings. I would send you one of these coins. If you want to, I mean, I've got all these coins. I could show you my coin collection at some point on this channel. Patreon.com/GrayCompass. It is a cool coin. So join the $15 mark and then send me a message with your shipping information. Allow 6 to 8 weeks for shipping, although I might be able to get it out sooner than that. Nice. I got a whole, this bag is basically full of coins. Well, Grind, join my Patreon and you will get you'll get another coin. Hello, Brick Flair. Pastor, no. Well, you can do whatever you want, but you shouldn't. Nice. I'm lucky with all of my connections. Yes, definitely did get a model. I think you got a postcard with it as well, right? If you didn't, I'll make sure to send one to you. Because I know I have to send you, actually, another thing I'm doing, I got them somewhere, is I'm sending anybody who joins Patreon, I'm sending them 5 coins from my travels in South America and the Philippines. I do ship to the EU. Yeah, I ship to the EU. Honestly, Grind, shipping to the EU is easier than shipping to the States. Again, I would just need to have your shipping information. Thank you, Brick. I appreciate that. Perfect, Stephanie. I'm glad you got that as well. I do have to send you some more of those coins, though, for my trip to South America, which I will be getting to you soon. As always, I say allow 6 to 8 weeks to, for travel, for shipping. But Grind is patreon.com/square and compass. Well, Grind, I'm grateful I could inspire you. And I'm glad that you are exercising. I'm going to be posting more exercise videos, primarily on my personal channel, very soon. So be ready for those. What is my take? So, I mean, illegal immigration, here's my view on it. I am not freaking out about demographic change. Obviously, I think you should, whatever the process is to enter a country, you should enter it legally and then comply with all the rules legally. I think we need to be really careful about heavy-handed immigration enforcement, though, when very often these people are being brought in by businesses purposefully in an illegal manner so they can then control them. I think it's better to go after the businesses that are doing it and not the individuals just trying to get a better life. Why not illegally? Well, because then it destroys the system as a whole, because then it ruins the incentive for people to do things the correct way. And illegal immigration results in increased risks around things like not having proper vaccinations, not being able to get proper work permits, not having adequate census data, things of that nature. But at the same time, it's as much, it's as much, if not more so, the fault of the people who hire illegal immigrants as it is the immigrants themselves. Cheeky, how did I not know you think that way? Fill out your census. Only dumb people don't fill out the census. So Cheeky is dumb. Do your census. It's important. It provides valuable information that helps the government determine where best to send funding. Is the system good? I mean, I don't know if the system is good or bad. The system is the system. And it's better than anarchy. I can assure you of that. The extent to which, like, every system can and should be improved upon. I obviously believe that 100%. Just because I think the system is good does not mean I don't recognize that it can be made better. But, I think overall I'm grateful to be under this system more so than it would be any other. Do I still believe? Of course, my vote counts. Now, I mean, how much it counts is highly questionable. I'm one out of, how many people are there in my riding? I think there's like 120,000 people in Windsor West riding. So 1 out of 120,000. but it matters. Um, who did I vote for? So keep in mind, I always preface this. If we were in a Masonic lodge, and this channel is meant to talk about Freemasonry, if you were in a Masonic lodge, you cannot ask me that question, or at least, um, I would not have to answer it because we do not discuss politics or religion in a Masonic lodge. I voted for the Liberals. Cheeky, my suspicion is you and I have a very different definition of tyrannical. My suspicion is you view tyrannical as anything the government does that inconveniences you, even in the most minimal of ways, which is not how I would define tyranny. Cool, Fluffy. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Brick, I don't see what everybody's saying all the time, so I might miss you guys. There's a lot of comments coming through, which I'm grateful for and appreciative. Sure, Jason, why not? She wasn't my cup of tea, but she was very, very popular. Not just in Canada, but around the world. I suspect that's not true, Andrew. I don't remember what the budget is, but the budget for foreign spending in Canada is if it's more than 5%, I would be shocked and amazed. It is modern. We'll be ending this stream soon. My plan is to have another 24-hour stream in August. It's going to be a very special one. I'm going to talk about how special it's going to be soon. So, and what we're going to be doing. That's August 21st. So pay attention to that one. None for July because I'm going to be traveling so much. Many of us, it's not just guns. There are many things we are not allowed to have, whether you think it's rightly or wrongly. I don't think that counts as tyranny, right? There are many, I don't have any guns, but there are many items we're not allowed to purchase, not allowed to buy. Many types of foods we're not allowed to purchase or bring in. Many substances, it is what it is. If we don't like it, then in theory, I suppose you would vote for a different government next time. You'd vote for the Conservatives and then advocate for them to reverse the law. We're allowed to have free speech. I'm here talking for 4 hours. Lizards scream. How's it going? Good morning. Please take a moment to hit that like button. Yeah, it's the type of firearm, right? There are many firearms that are illegal. I just said verses of the Bible. Seem to be doing fine myself. So I highly question that. In fact, I just said verses of the Bible and I'm still here. So clearly we're doing okay. I know you can, XP. Brick Flare, sure. I don't know where you're from. Might be a bit of a travel. You can street preach in Canada. I know you can because almost every day I pass by a street preacher. He's an Asian fellow who's preaching in front of the Shoppers Drug Mart in Windsor. He seems quite confident he's okay to do it. Well, JJ, your local lodge should probably not be doing that. Some Masons will partake. It depends on if the lodge, it's legal or illegal in the country. But also, it depends on what the rules are in the particular building itself. Like, for example, most Masonic buildings nowadays in 2026, you're not allowed to smoke inside of, which I support, by the way. Hello, Wasif. Welcome back. I hope that you are still doing well. Thank you all for being here. This is a longer stream than normal, but I'm grateful for everybody joining us. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. XP, you'll be all right. And as you guys know, I noted tomorrow, so I am going to keep my usual schedule. Where we will be streaming at 1 a.m. followed by 1 p.m. tomorrow. But then I'm not going to have a 1 a.m. stream Wednesday morning because I'll be traveling to Ottawa for a very special event. I will stream 1 p.m. on July 22nd from Ottawa, 1 a.m. from Ottawa, and then we will be streaming back in Windsor. But I also have wrestling Friday and Saturday, so that's going to affect the stream as well. Just keep that in mind. Basically, I'll always try my best to let you guys know if there are significant changes in the streaming schedule. But make sure you have your notification bell turned on. That's the most important thing. Oops. Come on, stop being difficult.
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028 new member 13 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. You are a kind human being, smiling face with hearts.
Cheeky, I love Canada. I'm grateful to be Canadian. Part of it, I always say, Canada is the greatest country in the world because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. But I also just because I love Canada. Cheeky, I feel pretty free. But keep in mind, Cheeky, it might be worth, if you're going to say that, maybe it's worth revisiting it might be worth revisiting the works of Janis Joplin before you start to lament too much the loss of freedom. So Canada sucks, USA sucks. Andrew LeMay, ever occurred to you the problem might be you? If you think everything sucks, maybe you're the one who sucks. Oh, we got some French people in the house. We got some French swear words making their way to us. What do I think about the US government not closing off more ground? I mean, I have not a huge opinion of it. If they need the ground, they should take it. Um, I mean, I don't know. I mean, a lot of it depends on how often and regularly the ground is used, right? Like, if it's often used as campground and nature reserve, then I'd rather they not do it. But if it's relatively unused anyways, maybe they need it from who knows what. You have 333 different accounts. Is that true? That's insanity. What are you doing, cheeky little 33 dracon? That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't think. How long does it take you to create those? I mean, good heavens. I don't know, by the way, if you guys are fans of Marvel movies and superhero movies. I'm not a huge fan of it, but they did just release the new Marvel Avengers, um, Doomsday trailer. It looks pretty good. Again, as someone who's not a huge fan of Avengers movies or Marvel, nonetheless, it does look good. So then you're a fan of Marvel movies, XP. Have you seen The Odyssey? And if so, what did you think of it? Did we use EpiPens? I think the Antichrist is AI, Islam, or the... Jeez, XP, that's a lot. Um, that's a lot to deal with. I mean, you can be for or against AI. You can have your concerns with the Catholic Church. You can even have your concerns with Islam if you want, though I don't. I'm not going to be proud of anyone's religion. And I think technology overall has been good to us in society. So it's hard for me to be knocking any of that stuff, including, AI or Islam or the Catholic Church. I think instead of worrying about the Antichrist, we should just focus on trying to be as good as we can be. You know, I recently saw a streamer, and he said, "My new political motto for 2026 is resilience." He stopped arguing for any particular like democratic system or any system of governments at all, or any like candidates. He just said, "I just think we need to be more resilient." Maybe that should be our approach right now, at the moment. And cell phones. Ask any AI what their favorite planet and shape is. All right. You know what? I'm genuinely curious now. I'm going to ask Grok because I'm on X right now. What is your favorite planet and shape? My favorite planet is Saturn. The rings are just chef's kiss, elegant, massive, and they make it look like the universe decided to wear jewelry. Plus, it has that wild hexagonal storm. My favorite shape is hexagon. It tiles perfectly. It shows in nature. Honorable mentions: Jupiter, hyperboloid. Okay, let's try Gemini. So AI overview. As an AI, I do not have personal feelings, but I can share the favorite planet and gemstone shape associated with your zodiac sign. My favorite planet, your ruling planet is Mercury. It governs communication, travel, and quick thinking. I like that. And my gemstone shape is emerald and pearl. Having said that, I'm not a Gemini, so all right. Um, what did you not know? I mean, it doesn't shock me that Grok would. What is Scorpio's planet? I don't know. Let's see. What is Scorpio's planet? In astrology, Scorpio is traditionally ruled by Mars and modernly ruled by Pluto, which isn't even a planet anymore. It's not fun. Nathaniel, that seems vaguely mean. Please hit like and subscribe. Apparently, it's Mars or Pluto. I don't know why it changed, but I don't know about if most AI. I can say I've checked with two AIs. One picked Saturn, that was Grok, and Gemini said it did not have an opinion because it did not have preferences, which honestly I think is the healthier approach. That one fills me with more confidence. I mean, that's a good point. I don't know. It's the data training set, right? I've written about this before, why AI, like how AI makes its decisions or how AI finds its information. When I talked about AI and Freemasonry, it's the training set. So if it's getting a training set that really likes Saturn, then it's going to say its favorite planet is Saturn. If the world collapsed and went into total chaos and AI survives, would AI be considered a god? I mean, it's possible. I don't know. I suppose I'd have to know what happened in the future. If people are scared enough, And if people are concerned enough, it wouldn't shock me if they were to almost make anything a god if they get scared enough. And certainly if, let's say we were to devolve technologically somehow to the point where we did not understand how technology works, maybe. So according to my chat GPT, I don't actually have personal favorites, but if I had to pick for fun, planet Saturn, its spectacular rings make one of the most visually striking planets in our solar system. Shape circle. It's simple, symmetrical, and appears everywhere in nature from bubbles to planets. Yeah, but keep in mind, I would assume, without knowing precisely how AI works, so I'm working on an assumption here. AI, it's not a human, it's not conscious, it doesn't have preferences, it doesn't have favorites in the way you and I do. So if it has to pick something, it's going to default to most unique. And of all the planets on in the solar system, the two ones that are the most unique would either be Earth or Saturn, because Saturn is the one planet that has rings. Earth is the one planet we know of that has life. And it's not going to pick Earth because the assumption under the statement is Earth doesn't count. So it's naturally going to go with Saturn. What about the phone, XP? I'm grateful for my phone. It's how I make a living. If you can help me make a living, you could do so by hitting the like and subscribe button. And share the stream with others. And again, data sets, right? You're being trained on certain data sets. So yeah, that does make sense to me as well. The mark of the beast system is tied to the I don't know what the mark of the beast is precisely. I understand that's a religious thing. What I would say is that's what everything you should probably talk to your priest or your rabbi or religious leader about. And if you're concerned about it, don't get a phone. Oh, the flock camera stuff. I mean, I think, in my mind, so long as they're being honest about where the flock cameras are, not trying to hide anything, I have no issue with it. Because the problem is, it's not that I worry about people spying on me. I worry about people spying on me without my knowledge, without telling me, right? Just be honest about what you're doing so I can make an informed decision. What about left-handed people? Whether you're left-handed or right-handed, your Freemasonry does not care about the external, just the internal. I mean, I don't think I'll ever get a microchip in my head. I don't know. Or on my forehead. It would make life more convenient, though, to put a barcode right here. People could just scan. But I think sometimes there's a point at which convenience stops being worth it. So, Kevin. Well, when I think of the black and white chessboard in Freemasonry, I usually actually think about what's called the mosaic pavement in emulation ritual. It's meant to represent it's meant to represent, for lack of a better term, the balance between, or the uncertainty of life is a better way to put it. The uncertainty of life. Today, you may be having a great day and you may think you're king shit and best in the world. Tomorrow, you may be having a terrible day and think that you're worthless. What's really important on both days, whether it's a good day or not a good day, is to remain temperate at all times. Don't allow yourself to become too despondent when things are going well, and don't allow yourself to become too presumptive when things are going well, and don't allow yourself to become too despondent when things are going badly. But remember, all things in life are uncertain, all things in life are unknown, and better to just take each day at a time with a level of temperance. In the States, usually black and white is meant to represent the dichotomy between good and evil, and always trying to focus on going on to the good path and not the not so good path. I choose Jupiter. I mean, if I had to pick my favorite planet, obviously I would pick Earth. I think it's crazy that we don't. Um, but I understand. I think it's funny. For some reason, most people, when they hear that question,
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028 new member number 12 Canadian dollars and 79 cents. I chose Jupiter. It's a good mix of both.
I find that for some reason, human nature is such that when we're asked the question, what is your favorite planet? We don't think of including Earth in our calculations. We tend to assume we're not meant to think of Earth as one of the planets, even though it is, and it'd probably be everybody's favorite planet if they actually sat down and thought about it. I think it goes to show how we as humans have a tendency to separate ourselves from nature and from the universe. We tend to view ourselves as something separate from the universe, even though Earth is nothing special. It's a planet, no different than well, it's very different than other planets, but it's still a planet. Um, oh, so shirk is an Islamic version of a sin? Okay. I guess it's just a different word. Well, I think within Christianity there is different levels of sins, if I recall correctly. I mean, again, this is the type of stuff you talk to your imams about or your priests about. Lizards scream. The Venetians is where it's at. I just know about the Venetian blinds. Jupiter is a very cool planet. Kevin, did what I say make sense to you? And if you are new to the stream, please take a moment to like and subscribe. King Toxic, that is not true. Masons can take each other to court. I mean, you should take a Mason to court if he mistreats you in some way. He should first be suspended from the craft. Then you should take him to court, if you so choose. But no, that's not a rule. Freemasons are first and foremost citizens of the country in which they live. I don't know who they are, but I don't feel like I'm part of a fully enclosed system where everything is tracked, measured, and leveraged. I think I'm just part of a system. And systems change over time. So who knows what the system will be in a few, decades from now. Well, if they hate you, maybe you should reconsider XP, your debate approaches or debate tactics. And maybe you should reconsider why you're debating theology at all. Let Jewish people, whether you're Jewish, Christian, Hindu, Sikh, I don't think it's appropriate to be debating one's faith. I don't think, or arguing against one's faith. That does not strike me as a helpful thing to do for society. Well, cheeky little, I mean, I would be opposed to any system that goes completely digital currency. I think paper, like fiat currency, is actually better as a general rule. But having said that, most of our use of digital currencies nowadays is ultimately, or most of our use of currency is ultimately digital. It's rare, even if I'm spending, I could spend a few $100s in a day and not see any of it physically, not even see a check. Whatever, XP just needs to calm down a bit, but I suspect his beliefs gives him comfort. XP. Well, first you're assuming people have the cure for cancer and they're not giving it to you. I don't think anybody has a cure for cancer. But, I mean, there's a valid question there. And that goes to this idea of capitalism versus other forms of, or not even capitalism, like the Ayn Rand version of philosophy, right? Which is, what do you own? What do other people own of you? Let's say you imagine, let's say there's a situation where somebody in their mind is able to, like, actually thinks up the cure for cancer. And actually, it does exist within their mind, but they find out that if they create the cure for cancer and they actually try to sell it, the government's going to come and take it from them and reverse engineer it and give it away for free, right? Do you have the right in those cases? Does the government have the right to say, we're going to force you to create it, even if you don't want to, or we'll even go so far as to force you to give it to us, even if that means torture, whatever it might be, because people need to have it to live. People have cancer, children have cancer, et cetera, right? That, I think, is the Ayn Rand kind of question. That's the whole point, because Ayn Rand famously viewed, in my opinion, Ayn Rand viewed not just the idea, but the implementation or the creation of the idea or the product resulting from the idea as being completely on the possession of the individual who invented it, and any attempt by the government to exert any type of control over it, it was equivalent to theft, or in some ways, I think she would say even worse. I think she would view it as almost a sexual assault in a way, the complete loss of autonomy, which I'm not saying I agree with her, I'm just saying I think that's what she would view it as.
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028 new member number 12 Canadian dollars and 79 cents. Mercury has lots of Earth.
Mercury, I mean, there's a lot of, when you say lots of Earth, do you mean lots of like dirt and sand and gravel and things? Well, I think we're all glad that we're all still here. Well, I'm glad that the guns, I'm glad that the guns jammed. I'm glad that you are still here as well. You're probably here for a reason, right? So just keep in mind and make sure that you use your time here on Earth valuable and that you're grateful for it. As Yo Maple says, you've a lot of life worth living. Well, I'm glad that the gun jammed. We are all lead without mercury. Is that like the elements you're referring to? Calm down, whatever you say. Why not just choose to believe him? It doesn't cost us anything in this case, right? Sometimes you got to choose the path of belief if there's no cost in it. But you got to pay attention to what there is and isn't cost to, right? A lot of people will say, I choose to believe in conspiracy theories. There's no cost to me to believe in it. And it's like, no, there is actually, because it encourages other beliefs. Whoa, all right. We're both going to calm down a second here. We're going to put some people in timeouts for a couple seconds. Stephanie, you as well. We're going to put you in a timeout for a second. So we're both going to relax. Not you, cheeky, although I think you're wrong about most everything. You're not going in timeout. So you'll just stay here. Once people start to argue with each other in the chat, usually I put them in a timeout. I find that usually works best to calm things down a little bit. I don't mind people argue with me on the chat, but not to others. Yes, Kevin, I did. Now, I mean, Freemasonry is not the exclusive place. It's not the one place to get those tools, right? Like, if you become a football player, you're going to get a lot of tools to live a good life as well. You're going to learn about the value of teamwork, dedication, hard work, etc., right? But Freemasonry, definitely the value of temperance, which is something I can very often struggle with. I learned that, so I was grateful for that. I learned the value of, I learned how to organize and run meetings successfully, memorization skills, dedication, tolerance. Those are all skills and attributes I developed through and with Freemasonry. Dina, I don't want to go through that one again. Actually, Dina, Brother Fluff, who's on YouTube, he's out of Texas, he did a great explanation as to the Freemason boy bride bullshit conspiracy theory that's like popping up all over the internet, which is a bunch of baloney. First of all, it's a photoshopped image. You're not actually looking at the original or the legitimate image that you guys basing that on. And second, there's no such ritual. So lizards scream. I always recommend to people when they're starting out Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap. It's a great book. It's a great place to start learning about Freemasonry. And then I always suggest checking out my work on Medium, specifically this story called Good Worshipful Master Borrows, Great Worshipful Masters Steal, which is a list of resources for Masons and non-Masons. Yo Maple, I think data centers, I'm concerned about them from an environmental state. So NM, no, I mean, it's not an ignorant question. Please hit like and subscribe. What I find ignorant is when people say things that they don't know. Asking a question is not ignorant. Asking a question is usually one of the least ignorant things you can do. So women can be Freemasons. We have what's called the Order of Women Freemasons, as well as the Order of Eastern Star and Rainbow, which are all different types of Masonic groups for women. So absolutely. No worries, NM, and thank you for being here. How'd you come across the stream? Have you been here before? I don't think I recognize your name. Lamama? I don't think I recognize your name either. Please hit like and hit subscribe as well. Well, let's not go destroying anything. No destruction, please. It's easy to destroy, it's hard to build. So we need to keep that in mind. Cool, NM. Well, again, thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. I started this channel to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to our communities, as well as share stories of Masonic interest and turn my passion for Freemasonry into profession. Well, Nancy, good to see you. And thank you, YouTube algorithm, for sending you my way. Is that the dude from Anchorman on your picture? Thank you, Neto Campo. Much obliged. It's great to see this channel growing. We're at over 4,400 subs, hoping to get over 5,000 soon. We're growing slowly but surely. Well, I think, wasn't Anchorman meant to look like Tom Selleck, or wasn't that kind of the joke? I think. No, Stephanie, you're back. Just gave you a minute timeout. I don't know who that is, Kathleen O'Rourke, but I think if she's in trouble anyway, then we should all spare a thought to her. And if it's in your tradition to pray, then... I mean, Stephanie's been a very good friend to the channel. I'm grateful that she's here. But she called somebody an idiot, which you don't be doing. You can call me an idiot. I can call people an idiot, but people on the chat don't get to call each other idiots. Neto, well, I mean, if he gets too much, then I'll just put him in a timeout for, if people are legitimately trolling or legitimately being challenging, I usually go for put them in a timeout for a day or maybe just ban them outright. It's fine, Stephanie. It's not a big deal. It's not the end of the world. Just a minute and then you're back. I find that's the best way to stop arguments just across the board, because usually when two people start to argue with one another on stream, the best approach is to just time them both out, and then very quickly they forget it, and then they just move on. At least that's usually my experience. Lizard, yeah, he's repeating stuff a lot. I mean, well, I put you both in timeout because sometimes that's the easiest approach to take. I think if I recall, you said you didn't believe somebody who said that they had tried to harm themselves, and that is something where, again, it doesn't cost you anything to believe it. I'll put you in a timeout for that for just a second. But you ended your thing there with LOL. So you're both fine. You're both back. You're both on stream once again. A minute timeout is not a big deal on YouTube. Honestly, I talked about this earlier. Even like a ban on YouTube is not a big deal. It's just for a single channel, right? Then is then, now is now, now is happening. Well, some would say every time, every point in time is happening all of the time, right? If depending on what you believe. But I know what you're saying. In terms of our ability to impact it and affect it, it's us, right? It's us and it's now. It's not the past, it's not the future, it's what we do right now. Oof, I'm sorry to hear that. JEC. It's all right, Stephanie, don't worry about it. Lizards, I am Dr. Manhattan. Who is Dr. Manhattan? Oh, the dude from The Watchmen? There you go. As Nancy says, 1 minute's not so bad. He was the dude from The Watchmen, right? Oh my gosh, we are close to 50 likes. I didn't even realize that. We are, 2 away. My favorite superhero is Batman, who, by the way, was a Freemason, supposedly, at least according to the comic books. Or I guess Batman wasn't a Freemason. I guess Bruce Wayne was a Freemason. I liked the movie. I didn't read the comic, or didn't read the graphic novel. I didn't block you yet, Neto, but you need to calm down a bit. You're being a bit weird. I don't think you have any questions about Freemasonry either. It's like the Odyssey of comics. We talked about Odyssey earlier and how it relates to Freemasonry. I'll be posting some questions about that on my socials soon. So I hope you guys will check those out. Probably. We're going to give him a couple more minutes, then I'll probably put him in timeout. We'll see. Although, what would be the difference between an NPC and a bot? I mean, I'm a Freemason, so I love Egypt because it's incredible. All right. We're going to put you in a bit of a timeout for the time being. 24 hours. Right, Freemasonry, when it was forming in the 15th and 16th centuries, one of the things it did was it bore a great deal of symbolism from ancient Egypt. In fact, it's, you could argue that Freemason or stonemasonry, in some ways, its home as an organization, as an organizational structure, was in ancient Egypt and the formation of the pyramids. So yeah, I love Egypt. I've never been there, sadly. I wish I could go, but I mean, Stephanie, you can if you want. You don't have to. I think whatever you say seems perfectly fine. He seems to have gotten over it, so I wouldn't worry about it. I would just move on. There you go. As whatever you say, yes, Steph, it's okay. Archangel watching says Big Boss. Who is Archangel? And if he is watching, I hope he'll hit the like and subscribe button. We'll be ending this stream soon. This has been a longer stream. We're gonna go. We've almost been 4 hours and 35. We're at 4 hours and 35 minutes. So, I mean, I do some longer streams. I've done the 24-hour streams in the past, but this is usually, I tend to get about 8 hours of streaming in if you count posting and stuff. But well, they don't always literally face east, Dylan, but east is where the worshipful master sits. It's meant to represent the sun and the sun rising, as a metaphor for knowledge and light. And the senior warden who closes the lodge sits in the west. Chips. I call them chips. But honestly, you could say crisps makes more sense, in fairness, because obviously they are crispy. But nonetheless, I call them chips. And I do like them a lot. I like potato chips. It's one of my favorite snacks. Awesome, Nancy. I'm grateful for that. No, we do not trade slaves. Freemasonry. I would say more Freemasons were anti-slavery than pro-slavery. Certainly, Prince Hall Freemasonry has a very strong, very grateful, or very, very powerful history of civil rights engagement. Well, I've never heard of the idea of this square and compass should face east and your beehive should face west. But then again, beehive is not a Masonic symbol in like emulation ritual, right? It's a Masonic symbol in York ritual and Preston Webb. So the kind of where the beehive should be placed, I usually see it placed next to the altar in my experience. I mean, everybody works for money. We are all slaves. Well, I guess that depends on how you define slavery. I'd be very hesitant to define it in that broad of terms, just for the record. But I suppose we all, on some level, sure. I mean, but that at that point, we're not slaves to money. We're slaves to the material conditions we need to survive, and the one way that we can acquire those things, right? I'm not a slave to money. I'm a slave to my need to eat food, and money just happens to be necessary for me to be able to eat food. Oops, something happened. There we go. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Stephanie, that's very kind of you. By the way, to everybody watches, first of all, always make sure that you can actually, afford to donate. Make sure you can afford to do so before you do so. But also, I'm going to be organizing potentially a fundraiser for a special Masonic location. I don't want to say too much about it right now because I don't know for sure if it will happen, but I believe it will.
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028 new member number 127 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. Love you all. Smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts.
But if I do this fundraiser, it will be August 21st, and half of all money I make or half of all money this channel makes, either through super chats, ad revenue, whatever it might be, will go to the charity. I just need to confirm a few more things, but as soon as I know, believe me, I'll be making a big announcement. Food is definitely not free. I mean, if I knew how to garden, maybe I could make some free food. But even then, I don't know how free this food is. Even then, you have to pay for the seeds and and the soil and all the rest of it. Um, so Nancy, you're not completely wrong. I mean, I do kind of have that same view. We are slaves, not so much to our flesh in the sense of like carnal desires, but we all get hungry, we all get thirsty, we all need to eat, we all need to drink, we all need shelter, we all get cold and need clothing. And unfortunately, acquiring money and funds is the way that we preserve ourselves against those needs. Still, the fact that you can do that, Nancy, is very impressive. I've got a few seeds. I was going to try to grow stuff next year on my balcony. Constrained. Okay, Darth. So what would you say the difference is between being constrained and being enslaved? Yo, Maple, everybody poops. That is true. Groceries are not free in Canada, no matter how highly creative you are. Nobody try to take groceries from a store and not pay on the basis of being highly creative, just for the record. I don't want to get in trouble. It's gone. I didn't time you out. At least I don't think I timed you out. If I did, I'm sorry. I don't recall timing you out for anything. I could be wrong. It's been a 4-hour, 41-minute stream. Oh, wait, no, I did, but I forget why. I don't remember why, but I think you said something dumb, if I recall correctly. I just can't remember what it was. I don't know. What's the last message you sent? Say it again, but put it in quotation marks, and I'll let you know. Constraint is like limited, bounded conditions. Slavery is... So is there a point where the constraints can be... So Darth Slayer, is there a point where the bounded conditions can become so great and so bounded that it's slavery by another name? Well, did you say that, or did you say Freemasons worship the devil? Because if you're just making a declarative statement, very often I'll time people out for that. If you're asking the question, like, do Freemasons worship the devil, then I'll tend to answer it. But if it's a declarative statement, I'll usually just time them out right away. But for the record, Freemasonry does not worship the devil, despite what Albert Pike wrote. There's a lot of misunderstanding and misinterpretation of his passage and of Albert Pike in general. First, I think I might have timed you out, to be honest. I vaguely recall it. Most of my moderators know not to time people out because I'm pretty strict about, like, I will choose who gets timed out or not. But, I mean, I don't want to go through Albert Pike again. Albert Pike, he wrote his philosophy of Freemasonry, not a guidebook for Freemasons, simply his opinions. When he talks about Lucifer the Lightbringer, he's not talking about Satan, the fallen angel. He's talking about the snake in the garden, who he viewed as a bringer of knowledge. But he did not, he viewed any time human beings attempt to gain more knowledge or attempt to gain more wisdom, it is ultimately in service of the Lightbringer, Lucifer. However, he also was clear to say that simply gathering that knowledge without a solid foundation on which to rest, such as Christianity, or even in some ways Freemasonry, is very dangerous. So in some ways, it's equivalent to having the knowledge to build an atomic bomb, but not having the wisdom to know how to use it safely or to not use it. The former is Lucifer's realm, just knowledge and knowledge for knowledge's sake. But the latter, the wisdom of when to use it, is something you get from Christianity, or maybe even in some ways Freemasonry. Wisdom with compassion is necessary. Wisdom without it is blinding, is what Albert Pike would have said. Oh, well, whatever, you should know better than timing people out. So don't be timing people. Yeah, I thought I did too, because I vaguely remember that now. Mods, hold your fire is always good advice. Whomever timed you out, I'm not opposed to it, because I remember, I believe I remember seeing the statement, something to the effect of Masons worship Lucifer, and I think I was annoyed by it. Again, I don't like declarative statements. I don't mind questions, right? I don't mind people asking questions. Like I read in, I don't know, I read in More the Dogma that Masons worship Lucifer. Is that the case? Or whatever it is. Declarative statements, though, you got to be careful with those. No one's trying mayonnaise and Oreos. That sounds disgusting. Well, okie dokie. So again, there's this philosophy called Luciferianism, which is one that believes that Lucifer and Satan are different entities, that Lucifer is actually a bringer of knowledge, right? That he was one of the ones he was the snake in the garden who brought knowledge to Adam and Eve. And Satan is the angel cast out of heaven, which are ultimately, right, different entities. Now, I'm not saying everybody believes that. I think that's kind of more of a fringe view amongst Christianity, although it's something I would want to learn more about. But the point is, when Albert Pike, who was speaking exclusively for himself, was suggesting that Masons worship Lucifer, he was not saying we worship Satan, the fallen angel. He was saying we worship pursuit of knowledge. However, he also cautioned everyone, including Masons, that if we do not ground our pursuit of knowledge with reason and with, do not ground our pursuit of knowledge with reason, with Christianity, or with some other type of positive faith, it is going to be blinding to us. We will not have the wisdom to properly use the knowledge we have acquired. No, it's going to be bad. What are you, the taxman? I made so far approximately $70 on this stream, if you count the super chats, the gifts, and the super chats, the gifts, and the ad revenue I'm sure I'm getting. Sure, Hal. I've sat next to gay Freemasons, straight Freemasons, doesn't make a difference. It's the internal, not external. It's not about your sexual orientation, it's about are you a good person. Big Boss, I'm not sure that's true, but I certainly think nuclear weapons are incredibly dangerous, and they scare me quite a bit, the fact that they exist. Where am I from? Colleague, Canada. Please hit like and subscribe. Born and raised in Winnipeg, currently live in Windsor, Ontario. I am part of the CRA. So we have now discovered a very valuable lesson on avoiding scams. Just because someone says they're part of the CRA does not mean they are in fact part of the CRA. In the same way, just because someone says they are a Freemason doesn't mean they're a Freemason. And okie dokie, he said LGBT are evil. No, they're not. They're our fellow citizens, neighbors, friends, family, etc., etc. Todd, maybe I look Canadian. Hey, we got 50 likes, by the way. Thank you, Yo Maple, for trying to get people to hit the like button. I think that was you who did that. And yes, the CRA does not conduct business on YouTube. Dylan, I have no idea. That's a question you need to ask a that's a question you need to ask a religious expert about. We did. We got the goal of 50 subs. We've also got the goal of a great deal of this channel growing once again, for which I'm grateful. We're working our way towards 5,000 subs, so hope to get there soon. And my other channel is growing slowly but surely as well. So I'm grateful for that. I want to get to 500 subs on that when I can. We're working on it. I don't think Archangel is a religious expert, big boss. Gotta give me something more to work with than just this Archangel stuff. Do you have any questions about Freemasonry? Any thoughts on Freemasonry? Positive, negative, or neutral? Cheeky, nobody knows. He also goes by @RealBigBoss. Words are mere form. Thank you, Stephanie Lockhart. As always, much obliged. Don't forget to potentially save some money up for August 21st if/when I have my potential 24-hour stream fundraising marathon. Oops.
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028 new member number 113 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. Words are mere form. This human condition turns the deity into the devil. We are all the same.
So you're 23, so the correct age. Nancy, it depends where you live. If you're living in England or some parts of Ontario, you can look at joining the Order of Women Freemasons. They're very prevalent in England right now, in some parts of Europe. If you are not in one of those areas, you're probably better off looking at joining Eastern Star, which is located in every state in United States. What can I say? There you go. So Nancy, I guess it depends where you're at. 23 should be fine age-wise. To join Freemasonry, you need to be either 21 or 18, so you should be fine there. But again, if you're Massachusetts, so I believe your best bet would be to look at Eastern Star in Massachusetts. Because I don't think there's Order of Women Freemasons there. I could be wrong. Like, there's Grand Chapter Massachusetts of the Eastern Star. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if I can find some potential contact information. They have a newsletter you can sign up for as well. Al, whether I'm gay or straight, it doesn't matter. What I am is handsome. Oh. This is kind of a challenging website to use. Oh, here it is. So you should be, they have a request to join thing as well. So Eastern Star looks like, and there's a contact information. I wonder if there's, so I'm just going to check quickly. to double check. Order of women. I don't know how to spell Massachusetts. It's writing this incorrectly. Oh, there's also co-masonry Ladroit Humane in Boston. So they have that as well, if you want to join that, which is for men and women. But Eastern Star, I think, is your best bet. Their headquarters are Newtonville Avenue, Newtonville, Massachusetts. Thank you, Yo Maple. No one's making you a mod. Harry Bowles, what I am is handsome. So the Sisters of Rebecca, that's not something I know much about, to be honest. But the female branch of Freemasonry would be, really would be Eastern Star Order of Women Freemasons. They're actually, so the Sisters of Rebecca are part of the Odd Fellows, that's right. So they're the women branch of the Odd Fellows, which is a separate order. Sorry, Harry, no more mods. I don't understand this weird obsession. Almost wanting to be a mod has almost become like people's 33rd degree. It's the thing everybody thinks is the most important thing. No worries, Nancy. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. If you want to support the channel, subscribe, super chat, comment, share videos, Patreon, etc., all the stuff we say. And I will be back on at 1 a.m. tonight as well. I am 34 degrees now, not even 33 anymore. We're at the 34 degree mark. Well, there you go. Whoa, Harry Bull. Them's fighting words. The Nightmare on Elm Street movies are the best of the best slashers, the best movies, my favorite movies. But I know you're just acting out, so it's fine. I'm just going to leave it be. But this makes me sad. After I wrote all those nice things. Yes, I will mayo and Oreos. I mean, I've fought people about, don't put ketchup on a hot dog. I fought people about don't put mayonnaise and Oreos together, all of which I stand by. But none of that is as serious as the Nightmare on Elm Street films. Really, Nancy? That's awesome. I love the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Actually, hold on just 1 second. Nobody go too far. No, it doesn't, mayo and Oreos. Ketchup does not belong on a hot dog. You know this. You are well aware of this. Hold on just 1 sec. Let's see if I can find my picture with... Oh, here it is. My picture with Nancy, otherwise known as Heather Langenkamp, from the OG Nightmare on Elm Street, as well as Nightmare Part 3, and Wes Craven's New Nightmare. By the way, they are making a new Nightmare movie at Paramount. It's an official announcement. It's taken a very long time, but I'm grateful that they're finally doing it. Stephanie, can you see my cat? I don't know where my cat is right now. Usually my cat will be sleeping on my bed. Yes, my cat is currently sleeping on my bed. So I'll just leave Bandit be for the time being, but maybe we'll get her later. Oh, I got so many of them, Nancy. Are you a big fan of scary movies? Sometimes on my personal YouTube channel, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson, I will actually do like scary movie watch-alongs just for fun. I did one yesterday. We watched Halloween 5. I did. I lost him to a shark, but I got one back. Now I was born without my legs, so it's okay though. I get this cool wheelchair. Cheeky. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't believe aliens have visited Earth. I think to the extent that they're anything, they're probably advanced human technology that's classified or hallucinations. Yes, that's how I do it, Yo Maple. Female master naturalist. Well, I mean, that's very common, right? And some would argue it's a result of like, the patriarchy or whatever it is. But for a long time, whether you were a male or female, you were a fireman. Whether you were a male or female, you were a policeman, right? I think we're getting better now at saying like, you know, not quite always using the masculine. Sometimes, some places it is, some places it isn't, Robert Heaton. It just depends on which jurisdiction you're under. But yeah, like Le Droit Humain is male and female. Mayo and Oreos, I would love to explore the back rooms as well, so long as I wasn't getting chased by a crazy monster who wanted to kill me, right? It depends what I find in the back rooms. But as a general rule, yes, I would enjoy exploring them as well, in theory. I mean, it's been a great year for movies of a certain sort, right? The Backroom's doing so well. Um, Obsession and now Odyssey is doing really well also. I don't have anything against superhero movies per se, but I think they need to calm down a little bit. I'm grateful we're starting to see some new, more original, original things. Um, I mean, anything's possible, Yo Maple, but I'm gonna treat it the same way I treat going to court. Like I need to see some proof before we go too far with these things. Just unidentified objects, the key word is unidentified. I've seen some of them, um, Mayo and Oreos, and I really enjoy them. What am I spilling the beans on? Trey AYL? Trial? I like to think I'm being pretty direct about Freemasonry right here. Not spilling beans because there's no beans to spill. What are the Shriners? The Shriners are a part of Freemasonry. They're an independent body within Freemasonry. To be a Shriner, you must first be a Freemason, a third degree, and then you can choose to join it. And they are primarily engaged in charitable activities. They're an excellent organization. They do a lot of dinners. They're kind of the hail fellow, well met kind of thing, if that makes sense. They're the charitable dinner party branch of Freemasonry. Hairy Bowls. I would love to find a Masonic lodge in the back rooms, but we would not be sacrificing goats. Do you need to have, so you don't need to have a personal reference to approach the lodge. right? A lot of people think you need to be invited in or whatever it might be. That's not the case. To approach the lodge, to express your interest in joining, you just need to approach the lodge or approach the Eastern Star and say you're interested in joining. At a certain point, you will need to get a couple of what are called sponsors, but you get those after the initial approach. What you do is you get to know them, they get to know you, you talk about why you want to join, what you can contribute, all the rest of it. And after, a few coffees, a few dinners, a few whatever, they'll give you an application form and they'll sponsor you on it. But you don't need that to start. To start the process, you just start the process. Who is joining? Maybe NM Nancy above. Maybe Eastern Star. We'll see. Know any cops? I've known cops who were Freemasons, known current, they've all retired. I don't know any current police officers who are Freemasons. I don't know any judges who are Freemasons either, though I'm sure there are some. Well, isn't that kind of what the idea is behind them, right? It's kind of like a leaving ground for all sorts of different things, if I recall correctly. At least I think that was the theory. I mean, I don't know for sure. I'm not like as up on Backrooms lore as I guess others, so I can't say for sure. But I did love the movie. I liked Backrooms. I liked Obsession. It's been a good year for horror. Um, I mean, Sir Keith, I'll take it. Thank you so much. Dylan, it depends on the purpose of the meeting. But every meeting, there's at least an administrative meeting where we talk about all the things necessary to maintain a Masonic lodge. Organization, like correspondence, budgets, events we have coming up, things we want to do, brethren who might be sick or ill or in the hospital, anything like that. Yeah, this has been a long one. This has been a fun one. I've enjoyed it very much, but it will have to end soon. I mean, I am planning another 24-hour stream on August 21st, but for today, we'll probably be ending it shortly. The VR Backrooms games is fun. Never played the VR Backroom games. Really, NM? I had no idea. Sorry, Kurz, I can't stay forever. Uh, you can give me a super chat. It might encourage me to stay for a little bit longer, but even then, I'm probably going to be ending this stream relatively soon because I do need to get some food as well. I am hungry. Well, that was the famous line, right? I forget who wrote that, but that was the famous line on the Reddit post that got this whole thing started. It's amazing how sometimes some random person will come up with some random whatever it is, and it just takes off and develops a life of its own. It's fascinating. Nancy, I mean, he is. You're absolutely right. Nancy, social media. I mean, social media, it's a double-edged sword, right? It's absolutely a double-edged sword. It has a lot of positives to it, a lot of negatives to it. But in terms of getting new and young talent out there, it has been incredible. I don't think you can deny that by any means. Um, Mayo and Oreos, you're not wrong. It could be that. I mean, the bigger question is how was it discovered? right? It was discovered by a corporation that was making MRI machines, if I recall correctly. But are they using it for something? Did other people know about this through history? Right? It's really interesting to imagine. I mean, we all have different skills, Marion Oreos. I mean, I've got a couple ideas for movies. I'm too lazy to write them down or create like a script about them. Julian, I don't think so. But I've been doing this for so long. I've had so many people come through the stream. Either way, please hit like and subscribe. Thank you for being here if you're new to the stream. If not, we'll be ending this stream very shortly. But it's been a fun, long stream, so I've enjoyed being here with all you guys. I mean, I think backrooms, it's not a Lovecraft idea. It kind of formed through Reddit and social media. But the idea of like liminal horror is a Lovecraftian idea, without a doubt. Um, Liminal horror is not a new thing. I mean, it goes back to House on Haunted Hill. Once again, Stephanie Lockhart, thank you so much. But sadly, that will not keep me on the stream because I do have to get some dinner at some point. I am starving. You guys can't hear it now, but my stomach is rumbling. And I want to try to take care of my diet well because I am still getting ready for
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028 new member number 127 Canadian dollars and 99 cents.
Since I'm donating my kidney, I want to make sure that I'm eating well and taking care of myself. I love I don't know what those are. Whoa, Harry, that's crazy talk. Backrooms and Obsession were both great and not overrated. I mean, I preferred Backrooms to Obsession, but I liked them both quite a bit. I've always kind of enjoyed the MacGuffin random object that is kind of in some way cursed but not explained. That's the thing I loved about The Substance and Infinity Pool and One Wish Willow, like Obsession. They take all these ideas that are kind of like out there and treat them in a very grounded, down to earth way. I think it works well. So I don't know about that. My favorite movie of all time, Morgan's Journal. First of all, Morgan's Journal. Did you hit like and subscribe? Second, it's A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, The Dream Master. That's my favorite movie of all time. No, Harry, it's not Eyes Wide Shut. You know it's not Eyes Wide Shut. Because you know that movie drives me crazy. Because a bunch of conspiracy theorists think it's all about Freemasonry, and it's not. I mean, cheeky, we'll see. I don't really care about who gets cooked and who doesn't get cooked. I just care about, can this war end as soon as possible? Which I think is what we all want at the moment, right? It's scary to think about people who could be, other people who are being killed. No, it's not about Freemasonry. I mean, I've got two, and I know somebody who has no good working ones. It just depends. We're still working on it. I'm still going through testing. I got to go and get more testing tomorrow, and then blah, and then it's never ending amount of testing. But nonetheless, that just goes to show that they are being prudent and being careful, for which I'm grateful. That's awesome, Mayo and Oreos. I hope you'll post it on YouTube, and I hope people will check it out. Good for you. If you love something, you should be celebrating it and posting about it. Yeah, Yo Maple, like, you got some people here who'd want to watch it, and that'd be great. I don't know about that, Kurz. I mean, I think all Russia needs to do is just say, we're going to quit this war, and then the thing would be over. Smokey and Bandit, I'm not saying, but good to see you here. I mean, yeah, Nancy, a lot of people will say some versions of that, right? And there's a truth to that. Just do your work diligently and carefully, and allies will find you. Yes, Stephanie. Don't get too upset by it. Some people are just silly. And if you're on YouTube, you got to get used to it. If I get annoyed by them, I'll time them out. But let them be for now. It's not a big deal. Um, oh, you're on Medium? Yo Maple? Oh, SCP. You're going to do a Square Compass Promotions short novel? Well, there you go. You do that. I look forward to seeing it. In some ways, you're correct about that, Stephanie. It's unfortunate. Oh, I didn't know that you are a writer on Medium as well, though. What type of stuff do you write, Yo Maple? Cameron with the exclamation point. What's the name and exclamation point for? We're not satanic. We're not trying to corrupt any young minds. There's no demonic rituals. Maybe, but I'm going to try my best. We're just not going to fail what you think we're failing. Um, if Freemasonry does fail, it's going to make society a worse place. It's going to make North America worse. It's going to be really unfortunate, but it might happen. But I'm going to try my best to make sure it doesn't. Hello, Gamer Zone X. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I hope Gamer Zone X, you're doing well to hit like and subscribe. I've never heard of the SCP Foundation. What's it all about? I am not a messenger from hell, the adventures of Smokey, and you know that. You're just being silly and dumb. I don't know if you actually believe it or just trolling, but you are wrong. Freemasonry has nothing to do with the devil or hell, etc., etc. Mostly fiction. As of yet, I'm not. Well, I mean, Yo Maple, once you post them on Medium, shoot me off a message and let me know. I'd love to read them. I don't think I'm sweating. Does it look like I'm sweating? What advice would I give to a beginner Freemason? Enjoy yourself. Take your time. There's no rush. Lucius, I think, or Luis Carlos, I think very often when you first join, you feel like you want to learn everything you need to learn right away. Um, just relax, enjoy yourself, take your time. He's got a health. There you go. I have a healthy, dewy glow. I think, try to take part and be active as much as you can. Don't think that just because you're new, you can't contribute. You can. You absolutely can. And you should. But also, don't rush into everything. I am not a flat earther. Well, I always have a lot on my mind. Up here, it's always spinning. We are going to Mayo and Oreo. So confused. It's a creative universe that's made up of various stories from writers. SCP stands for Secure, Contain, Protect. Base. Oh, I heard about that. Yo Maple. I remember thinking when I first heard SCP, I was like, Square Covers Promotions. Yes, Secure, Contain. I've heard about that. It looks really, really cool. I really want to check it out. Demon Be Gone with Me? Well, there you go. Is it appropriate to ask you what brought you to Freemasonry? No, it's not too intrusive. I mean, I always assumed I would join. My dad was a Freemason. Both, my dad was a Freemason. Yeah, he is a weird one, as was my grandfathers. So I always assumed I would join. And when I was in Windsor and realized I'd have some time, I just so happened to pass by a Masonic lodge in the area, and I sent them wrote them a letter, and then that was that. So, a lot of people join for different reasons. My family never told me I had to join or like tried to force me to join. They never really even talked to me about it that much. But I remember going to Christmas parties as a kid, whatever it was. And it's just something that you kind of enjoy doing. That's really interesting. I had to check out this SCP universe. Nice try, Mayo and Oreos. Um, there's no spider on the screen, but at least I don't see any spider on the screen, but I am going to be ending this shortly. Hitch slap, please hit like and subscribe. Oh, it's right there. Hitch slap. Alrighty. And no, Satan did not bring me to Freemasonry. The world is a mystery. It's a school of life. Hopefully become better aware of its mysteries. All right, guys. I'm going to get some food. I'm starving. Freed. Oh, way to ask me that question at the last minute. Freemason. So to be a Freemason is a member of a club. Freemasonry is a civic institution or a community group that has existed for over 300 years, which evolved from stone Masonic guilds of the Middle Ages. All right, guys, I'll see you all soon. I'll be back on 1 a.m. tonight. Talk to you soon. Gamer, can someone tell me a good season to watch? Lost season 2. The best second season of any television show. Or Angel season 5. The best final season of any television show. Or The Bear, or Walking Dead.